hearings and consultation process attached to it. There was a member that was sent out, cut the line and the team, and that referred to the extra month that they had put in place for the involving organisations. The others, there was a withdrawn request from Greg Guinness from Q Theatre. Also, he wanted to present to the committee the progress, but that has been withdrawn. And it's really it.
And the
Yes,
residents of 40 foot.
yes, yeah, and that's under the same 7.7.4 because there was a consultative process. So thank you, Councillor, for reminding me. Okay, so that's just for information. Local board was none received. Extraordinary items is none. So let's go into our information only. Sorry, mate, what was it? Oh, okay. First agenda. Okay. So we've got our staff. We just need again for tonight. I'm assuming I think they're online. Standing is. So we'll I'll move and give you a few seconds. Firstly, I'll go to number 8, which is the first agenda summary of parks, arts, community events information. There's the recommendation there. Any comment? If not, it's been moved and seconded. 3-second rule. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 9. I'll move. Councillor Bartley, if you want a second. Copy. So look, it's been put on the table. It's been moved and seconded, and I'll go to Liz and Hannah. There you are.
Kia ora tātou. So I'm going to hand over to Hannah Anderson, my team, who has prepared this report for you. So Hannah, welcome, and she'll introduce herself.
Cool. Welcome aboard, Hannah, too, and I look forward to just introducing yourself before you start talking to the PowerPoint. Good.
Anne Anderson, I am a senior policy advisor and the culture and diversity team within community and social policy department. And I came council at the end of February this year. So originally from October, but prior to joining, I was director of a not-for-profit consultancy think tank in London, where my focus was around cross-sector collaboration and was the future of public service reform, all improving outcomes for people and funding responses to complex challenges. And between these two roles, I took up the full-time director role as a market. And it's really great to be with you all today and wherever we may be. And I'm pleased to be presenting. I'm back now to move on to the agenda item. And thank you, Mike. I believe you're on slide. So we are presenting to request committee's approval for the scope to reimagine 3 features and arts and culture strategy developed by council in collaboration with the creative community. So for context and background, in September 2021, a review of 3 features was presented to the committee with the recommendation to be reimagined as a collective impact framework which focuses on the 3 shifts of creating public value and impact linked to council investment and accountability, embedding TPD on what principles and telling more visibly, and achieving greater fairness, equity and diversity within the creative ecosystem. Committee approved this recommendation. So following this, staff decided that if a collective impact model was to be pursued, it was rather set to shape the approach to the strategy redevelopment. Staff wanted to engage representatives from the arts and culture sector, diverse representatives such as that, and council staff spoke with next slide, please, mate. interesting feedback for what the scope for redeveloping Toi Whitiki should look like. But I think critically we received different understandings of and views about what a collective impact model should and could look like, and fundamentally whether the council and the sector was able and is able to deliver this model, whether it was the right approach. We also heard a lot of views about the concerns about the state, particularly given the pandemic, a real interest in this idea of building more long-term sustainable relationships across the sector and the council. And so I think to conclude, it's fair to say we heard a range of views about the best approach to reimagine Toi Whitiki. Specifically, 3 options emerged from this process, and because they differed from what committee originally approved, staff carried out an options assessment, and we've provided the full options assessment as attachment A in your papers. So this assessment looked at the extent to which each option was effective, achievable, contextualised and financially viable. Based on this assessment, next slide please, Maya, council staff recommend option 2, which is the sector strategy developed by council in collaboration with the creative community. And to reiterate, the assessment led us to conclude this option is most likely to best meet the 3 shifts, consider the unique role council can play in strategy development, and that's alongside the sector asking for deeper relationships and greater involvement in the development of the strategy, and can be delivered within an existing council budget. So that's the recommendation we're putting to you today. And it's based on that options assessment. So taking this recommendation on the next slide, thank you, Maya, we have set out a snapshot of what the proposed structure for the redevelopment could look like and a bit about the process. And just to clarify here, this structure is to guide the redevelopment of Toi Whitiki, not necessarily the structure that will exist once the strategy is in place, and that's to be confirmed. But this process has been designed to take on board the feedback that we heard, I think the rich feedback that we heard from this engagement. So if I take each point in turn, we have Auckland Council at the top, and Auckland Council will be the ultimate owner and decision maker of the strategy. Below that is the advisory raupu. That will be membership made up of sector and council representatives, and they will help to guide the engagement process. And this model gives the sector greater representation in strategy development, and also with the intention to build trust with council. To the right of that, you've got the independent convener, so they will hold the redevelopment process and enables council to be a partner in the development. And this desire from the sector to have council as a partner in the process came through very clearly through our engagement. And then to the left of that advisory raupu, there's a political working group. And this again came through the engagement, and the group would give elected members the opportunity to input into the redevelopment and hear more directly from the sector, so via the advisory raupu and the Toi Māori working group. And it creates regular touch points and stronger connections with the sector, which I think really speaks to what came through our conversations. Underneath the advisory raupu, you'll see the Toi Māori working group. So we had a lot of calls for a by Māori, for Māori approach. And so it's expected that this group will explore how to express Te Tiriti principles in Te Ao Māori more visibly in Toi Whitiki, and that was one of the shifts we noted at the beginning. And also they'll explore the options and feasibility for sustaining a by Māori, for Māori approach in the arts and culture sector. And then finally, at the bottom of the diagram, you'll see this networked engagement, and the aim of this is to make sure we speak to and hear from a range of perspectives and focus with those perspectives on reimagining the vision, priorities and delivery of Toi Whitiki. The networked engagement will focus on a geographical spread and connect with diverse cultural groups, including rangatahi, people with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ community. Audience voice and the 19 iwi will be included in this engagement. We can go to the next slide, I think, Maya. Thank you. This process that we've outlined will be delivered within current budgets, and the networked engagement will be designed according to available resources. But we do believe that to deliver these objectives, Council will need to and will utilise all the roles and levers available to us, and that includes leveraging funding opportunities both within the Council whānau and with strategic partners. So the next steps, if committee approve our recommendations, we would begin implementing the scope. So ngā mihi, thank you for listening. As we've taken the report as read, I will now invite questions.
Kia ora, Hannah, tēnā kōrua, Liz. So look, I've got Councillor Walker, Pātai.
Sure. Hi, Alf. Could you just go back to the previous slide that had the relationship structure? That's it. Okay. So you can hear me okay? So I've got a question by way of a suggestion. And it goes like this. If we accept that this approach really needs to be driven by the sector, if we accept in many respects that though there may be some involvement of council in terms of venues and the like, what I've seen in the past is that where you've got a substantial interface with the council from a political perspective, from a top-down perspective, you can often have something that's suboptimal as far as the sector is concerned. I think it would be much better if we had something that was actually driven and owned by the sector. By all means, the parts of it that relate
the approach that you're showing there would be my preference, but I'll wait for you, Hannah or Liz, to end up just sort of commenting on the Pātai from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. So I think what you just shared, Councillor Walker, came through the engagement with some saying if it's to be a sector strategy, it should be devolved and established as more of a separate entity in the development of the strategy outside of council. And that was one of the three options that we reviewed in the options assessment. Alongside just a council, just for reference, just a council owned and delivered strategy, and then this one, which is the collective strategy owned by council. And when we took it through the options assessment and looked at the criteria of effectiveness, achievability, whether it was contextualised and financially viable. That option of shifting further away from council was challenging, given the state of the sector at the moment, predominantly because of the pandemic, but also some more systemic issues that the sector agreed that we needed to respond to. So what we're suggesting through this model is that it is deeper engagement with the sector, where the focus is on really building relationships within the sector, not just with council, but also we start thinking a bit more about that our bit, your bit. So what's the role of council in here, and what's the role of sector, which I think of the sector rather, which is really important. And then on that diagram, we're really trying to respond to the need to have greater diversity of voice and sector representation when it comes to making strategic decisions. And that's why we've established the advisory raupu and the Toi Māori working group, particularly with that role of independent convener to be that touch point to allow it to feel like, well, not just to feel, to be a more sector-wide strategy. Whether or not at the end it looks different from this is to be confirmed, but given where the sector is at the moment, and if we are to deliver against those 3 shifts that were formally agreed in September, we concluded through the assessment that this was the best option at this stage.
Sure. So
Wayne,
if I can just respond,
hold on, Wayne.
Very quickly.
No. What I'm going to do is I will get you to respond. What I want to do first is get to our pātai, and then when we get to our whakaaro comments, I will go to you first. I just wanted to get our questions out of the way. So once we get our questions pātai out of the way, that way at least our staff can end up sort of just being in the safe space, and then we can get to our whakaaro.
So, can I ask a supplementary question?
You can ask a supplementary question, and then you'll be the first for whakaaro.
So the supplementary question I've got is, in instances where the arts and culture community wants to have stuff that might be challenging to council, that is, that let's say they want to go further, faster, better, different around something, can that be incorporated in whatever document is produced, so that it actually reflects something that works for them? There may be parts that are less attractive to council, but my concern is that council step to one side and not actually, again, to go back to my earlier expression, dumb something down because there's parts of it that council is actually less keen on, and that could be for a whole variety of reasons.
Okay, Hannah, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. That in a sort of more detailed scope, we have working groups that we think will establish that will fall out of the networked engagement. So around areas of critical importance to the sector that they will want to work through together. So for example, that might be about the resilience and the sustainability of the sector. And so we envisage problem solving coming through that. And by taking on this redevelopment process, I think council is committing to truly hearing from the sector and not holding it as our own. And furthermore, there were some clear challenges given back to council about the way we operate currently with our arts and culture program and strategy. So we have begun to consider the internal working groups or the internal processes we need to do to remedy that. So it's not assuming that there won't be challenging things emerging from this. But again, we think that given where the sector is right now, this is the best approach that will enable us to develop something that enhances the sector as a whole, with council as a partner, but playing that lead facilitator, or rather that lead is required.
Matua Glenn,
Thanks, Alf.
kia ora, Wayne.
Thank you, Chair. Karongo, can you hear me?
Aye.
Okay, kapa. My first question, I've got two questions, or maybe three. Paragraph 62, the political working group will give local board, governing body, and independent Māori board. I'm taking that's the independent Māori statutory board. Is that correct? In 62?
That's correct.
Okay, the RMSB. Okay. Then we get down to 63. It's giving advice. The two focus areas are giving advice towards embedding Tiriti, and the other one exploring options for course for by Māori for Māori. And then the next bullet point is about who's going to be kind of with them, or who's going to be supporting this advisory rōpū. I'm trying to understand what are we saying by supporting this advisory rōpū, because you've also got as well as external rōpū. Koe rata, who are they? Who are these external rōpū that we're talking about here? And how are they going to support this, the two focus areas? Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor, can I just clarify, is the question how will the advisory rōpū support the Toi Māori working group, or how will the Toi Māori, or how the external will support the Toi Māori working group, or all?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to see the relationship here between the Mana Whenua Forum, external rōpū, and elected members and existing council advisory mechanisms. I'm trying to work the relationship between that and the group and its focus area. And it's two focus areas. So I'm just trying to understand that and who are these external rōpū that are going to be doing this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. So to answer that question, the external rōpū is that there are Toi Māori arts groups, Toi Māori groups established already, and so we want to make sure that we are not duplicating efforts there, that we're enhancing. The reason that they have those two focus areas identified is that's what came out very clearly from Te Taumata's Korero series. So and because we've also said that we want the shift of embedding Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles in Te Ao Māori to be looked at from the outset, it seemed that it was best placed for that group to work through that. In terms of the mechanics of the interface, I suppose that, to be honest, that's to be confirmed once the group is established. But and we need to make sure that that Toi Māori working group have a strong connection with advisory rōpū, because they're going to be making some strategic decisions. So they need to hear what's coming out from that group with reference to those two areas. But just again, that external rōpū is about the arts organisations or arts networks that are already established within Tamaki Makaurau.
Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, ngā matua. If there's no further part, I just want to acknowledge both of you again, and I'll move into comments, Whakaaro and Councillor Walker, followed by Matua Tony. Councillor Walker, if not, I'll move to Matua Tony. Matua Tony.
Ka pai, kia ora. Just to, my comment is first and foremost, Hannah, appreciate your use of reo and you're trying to pronounce the kupu Māori, because the kupu, our reo is part of the whole toi and our toi whole worldview. So acknowledge that, Hannah, in terms of your kupu Māori use today, and you know, in the words around ropu and so on. So. But the comment really is around just acknowledge what Councillor Walker is saying. You know, I think in your presentation you've acknowledged the intent to engage, to collaborate, to work in partnership. Although the structure that was put up there still puts council up the top, and to me, partnering doesn't see an organisation up the top. But I guess it's an opportunity, councillors, to council to we've got to put some faith and some trust in our staff that they're saying the right things and they're going to do the right thing. But just note what Councillor Walker is saying around the sector developed. I would have gone for option 3, but I acknowledge what you're saying in terms of the option 2. We've got to start somewhere, put my trust and faith in the staff that are working with some of these significant Māori organisations as well. So I've heard it in your presentation today, the inclusion and working in partnership with iwi. I'd also throw Mātāwaka in there and our toi Māori rōpu, eh? So just wanted to comment on that and say, you know, this is one of those situations where we just got to trust that our staff are going to be on top of this, and all well to you, but don't forget to come back. And also at the Chair, at the renewal of after the elections, we might need to bring this back in terms of our political representation and reappoint or reconfirm if there's no significant change in elected representatives, that political working group. Kia ora.
No, ka pai, and that is definitely what's going to happen post the election, Matua. So look, have no issues with that. Councillor Walker, I see you're back on, so I'll go back to you.
Conscious that if we want to tap into the resources, the enthusiasm, the passion, everything that this particular sector can bring to bear, they need to have as much ownership of it as possible. I'm acutely conscious that across a whole range of sectors, the council's involvement over time may well diminish, and that may be through funding constraints, through all sorts of constraints. So it's imperative that we not hold up a given sector, and certainly where that sector may actually have challenges with council, may want to go further, faster, better than us, and they may have different ideas, then they should have ownership of that. And again, I say that our place should be to identify those parts where we do have ownership and separate those out, identify those parts so that we can take accountability, responsibility and authority for those parts that relate to us. So I still have concerns, Mr. Chair. I think that the council's role should be around a facilitative function as much as possible, recognising that the sector does have resource constraints, particularly right now. Yes, that's acknowledged, but that does not mean that we should be asserting ourselves to a greater degree. If we identify through some projectisation process that there are some requirements that the sector has that we can facilitate to enhance their ownership, then that is the approach that we should be taking. So I still remain concerned, Mr. Chair, that in the structure, as you look at it, it's going through council. And
of council and the sector working together, those things get, what would I say, made realistic through the process. So there comes to some sort of consensus that can then be presented to councillors for decision. And so, because I think that it's very easy to set up people's expectations with no boundaries at all when we actually do have boundaries. We wouldn't want to be clipping the creativity, but we've got to be able to deliver something that's doable within this, I suppose, the constraints we have, the fiscal constraints we have. So I think this is a really good way to do it. I think it's great if there is that committee and has an independent chair. That's a step away from what we'd normally do. We'd normally have a councillor. So I think that's really great for the sector, but I always like to think that we are the stewards of prudent financial decisions. So thank you. Thanks very much for the work done.
Kapai. I think to close will be Councillor Hills. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Chair, and just want to say thank you for this, and it's pretty comprehensive, and just want to also thank the staff who are experts in their field and have worked non-stop, and especially through the last 2 years, pretty closely with our arts organisations and with groups across Tamaki Makaurau, and tried to support and help them through pretty difficult times. And also the communication and engagement between the staff and the sector have been clear that council does not want to be seen as the driver, does not want to be seen as the big bad wolf, does not want to be seen as standing in the way of creativity and change. And that, as far as I know from people I talk to, and including staff, is that this, where we're going, and is about, you know, standing alongside and supporting and doing the bits that often the sector doesn't have time, energy, or money for. So being the glue in some sense, or being the, you know, how we can share services and how we can get things across the sector, how we can get that collaboration, how we can use our and connect with our, you know, council-owned facilities or council-supported facilities, and to link up with, you know, everything else that's going on in the city. So I think it's would be poor if we stepped away and just left everything on its own. It would probably still, you know, everything would carry on, yes, but I think what we are trying to do is be the value add, but also let the sector lead. And that's what I've heard, that there has been a change over the last, you know, 5 to 10 years, that has been the way forward. So I just want to acknowledge the staff for actually, you know, being the experts and understanding and really listening when the sector have said, hey, you're getting in the way, or you're just kind of, you know, the faceless council or whatever, and trying to make sure that that's not how we are seen, and it's about upping the groups that are there. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to the staff. But it is, I do agree that, we've just got to ensure that we're not ever standing in the way or trying to pretend we have all the answers, which I don't believe this is what this is saying at all. So kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. So it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. We'll move on to item 10. Agenda item 10 is the Arts, Culture and Heritage Regional Work Programme. Just going to ask if Councillor Casey, if you want to move this one, and Councillor Dalton, if you want a second. And so it's been moved and seconded and put on the table. So I'm going to ask Emily. Emily, if you could introduce the team, please, and just head into the presentation. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Emily Trent taku ingoa, I mahi ana o he Head of Arts, Culture and Heritage, no Te Tara o Connected Communities. So good morning, everybody. I'm here together with Hayley Walters, who's our Manager of Public Art, Jade Baker, who's our Creative Partnerships Lead, and joining us online we have Bryce Pomfret, who's Head of Service Strategy and Partnerships. So today we're presenting for approval the 2022-23 Arts, Culture and Heritage Work Program, and we are just going to pull up the presentation. Just one moment, please.
It's showing, Emily, so it's all good to go.
Great, thanks, Jade. So the options within the program for approval today are highlighted on this PowerPoint on the left. So the scope of approval sought includes investment into two main aspects. From a committee workshop on the 6th of April earlier this year. So this slide speaks a bit further about the three options that were presented. The first option was an option to repeat, which would be a repeat of the previous year's work program with a few adjustments for budget, but no significant change. The second option described an option to transition the program, which would include a few additional projects and some research and evaluation aspects to be added. And the third option was a real option to transform and to do things differently. And we see this transformational pathway as the recommended option, responding to key issues seen in the sector and bringing an overarching creative focus to the program. The option also extends the arts and culture remit to include heritage elements by showcasing our significant heritage collections held in Auckland libraries and making them accessible through leveraging the Connected Communities Service Network. There's also a much stronger focus on evaluation within this option, and this was the option that was endorsed by committee on the 6th of April. So just a bit more about this transform option, the supported option. It supports investment that really responds to some of these immediate challenges that we've just heard about through our Toi Whātiki colleagues as well, which have been facing the sector, but in particular, the music sector has been identified as a priority. And this option also allows us to do things a bit differently and position and align the strategy, policy and delivery functions within Auckland Council to deliver better outcomes for our communities. Just to tell you a little bit more about the priorities and mechanisms underlying option 3, or transform. Music is the discipline, rangatahi are the audience, and partnerships we see as the key vehicle. So music is one of the most accessible art forms, and it has a low barrier to engagement. Almost everybody engages with music in their everyday life somehow, and the program's focus on music acknowledges music's inherent capacity to significantly strengthen participation and engagement in everyday cultural life. The impact of COVID-19 on the music sector has been significant, with venues, performers, and the wider industry all experiencing negative impacts. In addition, Tamaki Makaurau was designated a UNESCO City of Music in 2017, and which recognizes the talent in our region, and there are significant opportunities here yet to be realized. From a rangatahi audience perspective, this audience focus is really in response to feedback we received at the April workshop. As an audience, we know that rangatahi are highly engaged users of the arts, and the impact on COVID for rangatahi has been significant in terms of displacement and connection to rites of passage and social opportunities. We see music as an art form that really resonates with this audience and youth culture and provides an easy platform for engagement. And lastly, the vehicle of partnerships is key in this transform option. Partnerships increase equity with the creative ecosystem by sharing power and increasing relevance to communities across Tamaki Makaurau. We will utilize partnerships to make the most of our investments and deliver the best outcomes. And one of our key partnerships for the year ahead is between Auckland Council and the Auckland City of Music. And this foundational partnership will allow us to really make the most of our music investments. Oh, sorry, that was just a couple of contextual statements, really. So the transform option we see really as really an alignment between key strategies such as Toi Whatiki and thriving communities, particularly in regards to that strong partnership angle around using the arts to promote community well-being and also empowering communities themselves. The program delivers regionally, so we will maximize our Connected Communities network of facilities, galleries, and libraries to really target resources in a way that drive outcomes. And this element of showcasing taonga from our Auckland libraries, heritage collections, is an exciting opportunity presented by this option 3, transform. So Hayley.
Thank you. Kia ora, Emily. Tēnā koutou. I'm really excited to be here today to talk through the key projects on the Public Art Regional Work Programme for the coming financial year. As noted in previous years, Public Art is still operating under a fairly constrained budget. So to make the best use of this, priority has been given to progress public art elements included within a larger development project. And as you can see on the slide, we are well and truly in delivery mode this year. So I'm just going to quickly run through some highlights of the program. So first cab off the rank, so to speak, for delivery is Ngā Manu, which is a work by artist Dion Hitchens, and is an artwork celebrating 50 years of Pakuranga Rotary service. This is being delivered in partnership with Pakuranga Rotary. This is due to be completed very shortly and launched in September in Gramley Reserve in Pakuranga. 1001 Spheres is a work by artists Chiara Corbelletto and Judith Thompson. This is an artwork which explores themes of women's empowerment. This will be completed in the first quarter of the new financial year, but likely launched in alignment with the 130th year celebration of New Zealand women's suffrage, which is next calendar year in September. Whakarongo Environment, the renders for which you can see on the slide here, is an installation by artist Graham Tiffany and a multidisciplinary Māori artist team, which has been created in alignment with the DPO redevelopment of Myers Park. This will be a unique Mana Whenua artwork, which aims to offer a multi-sensory experience of the Taniwha Horachū, the Kaitiaki guardian of the Waio Horachū stream. This will include waiata. So when the waiata are recited in the underpass, their pitch and rhythm can be detected by a discrete interactive text system that then accompanies the performance with layered sequences of sound and light in the underpass. We believe that this is a first for New Zealand and potentially the world, so I'm very excited to launch this work in the summer months. Lost and Found by artist Joe Sheehan is a public art project which includes both standalone and integrated artwork interventions in conjunction with the streetscape upgrade near the new City Mission building in Federal Street. This is due to be completed towards the end of the year as well. Walkway Flights is an interactive lighting project which activates the Warkworth Marine Parade and covers 175 metres of bush opposite Warkworth Wharf. It's due to be completed approximately March next year. For Jubilee Bridge, Public Art working closely with the DPO to renew a vital pedestrian link across the Paniel Basin. We're working with artists Shannon Novak and Janine Williams to provide integrated artwork for the bridge. We anticipate delivery for this in the next 18 months. Watercare Interceptor. This is a project which represents a partnership approach between Watercare and the Council's Public Art team. Watercare Interceptor is essentially a series of 6 integrated artworks and sites across the route of Watercare's central interceptor. Artist Louise Purvis is currently developing concept designs for this project, and we expect to see delivery of the first artwork in the next 18 months. Finally, the Public Art team is continuing to progress an engagement model in partnership with Mana Whenua to consider at a program level versus a project level priorities in the development of the regional public art program. We are intending to present to the Tamaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum to outline the opportunity for engagement with public art. We will be seeking feedback on a process to develop a plan to work in partnership. We're also seeking to align, as previously mentioned, with Toi Whiriki. And in addition, we're also progressing a public art plan in Manukau in partnership with Mana Whenua and Eki Panuku, which will also inform this larger piece of work. So a really exciting year coming up for public art. And that is me. I will hand back over to Emily.
So last slide. Our recommendation is that PACE Committee approve the work program that you just heard about today. And you can see a summary on this table of the proposed OPEX and CAPEX split between regional creative programming and public art program. And the program detail here can be accommodated into 22-23 budgets. So thank you for your time today, and we would now welcome Patai.
Kia ora. Thank you, Emily, and just wanted to see if Jade or Bryce had anything to say before I opened it up.
Nothing from me, thank you, Chair. It's a team effort, so everything's been said.
Kapai. Bryce.
Yeah, kia ora, same for me, thank you, Chair.
Kapai. Patai I've got is from first Councillor Casey, Deputy Chair, and then His Worship the Mayor.
Thanks, Alfie. Jed, I'm absolutely delighted that we are honouring the 130th anniversary of women's suffrage next year. How much can you tell us about the site of 1001 Spheres?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor, through the Chair. So for 1001 Spheres, we are looking to site in Monte Cecilia Park. So we are hoping to release some more information in the coming months about the launch, but the location is Monte Cecilia.
And that's already been decided. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Kia ora. Worship the Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Just two questions, really. The first in relation to the Regional Creative Art Program, and it's basically just how you judge the success of this program, things like participation, etc. If you can just give us a little bit of an insight into that. The second on public art, people will be aware that in the last month we've had a series of unfortunate attacks on or theft of public art. And I think that's involved 5 significant pieces of public art across the city. Is that influencing what we do, and are we building anything into our programs to try to improve security, if indeed that is possible, around that public art? Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for the question, and through the Chair. So in the past, we have utilized predominantly quantitative methods of evaluation for some of our events and programming, but the transform option that we've presented today really gives us a mandate to have a good look at how we can do that in a more rich fashion, particularly in the post-pandemic environment. So given all that's changed for our communities and also in light of emerging demand trends within the sector, we're looking at investing significantly in diversified evaluation to help us better understand our audiences, the outcomes they seek, and using that data to help design and build programs that are more responsive into the future as well. So our evaluation, for example, for Matariki Festival is a good example. We're conducting a range of qualitative, rich information gathering so that we'll learn more about our audience experiences of that event and help that use that information to build better for the future. So we really see this transform option as having evaluation at its heart, being responsive to our communities within this post-pandemic environment and giving us a more focused pathway to better leverage our investments to meet those needs of that community.
Thank you. And just through the chair to respond to the question in regards to vandalism. So we do have a budget set aside to respond to damage when it occurs under our maintenance OPEX budget. However, we would normally see 1 or 2 incidents in a year, and as Goff has mentioned, we have had 5 in the last 12 months. So the police are investigating in regards to these works, and they are aware that this is a trend that is happening at the moment. So in terms of how can we mitigate or what response is recommended, we will work with police in terms of recommendations and potentially be able to implement in the year to come.
Okay, maybe just a supplementary to that through you, Mr. Chair. Do we know, I mean, are these attacks in any way related one on the other, or is it just a sort of a copycat sort of thing that happens across the city?
Sure, through the chair. There's been no confirmation from police that they are related, so they do appear to be seemingly random and potentially copycat or opportunism. So as police investigate further, we'll act on information that they obtained for us, but current status is no, not related.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Matua Glenn, I'm assuming it's Pātai, because if it is, you'll be the last, and then I'll move to Whakaaro. Any comments? Kia ora.
Yes, and my Pātai is regarding the Marae impact statement, just number 66. Emerging creators that puts focus on young Māori and Pacifica artists. My question is, we're not just talking about Māori and Pacifica, we are talking about other artists as well, aren't we? Or are we only concentrating on these? The reason I ask that is that, you know, we've had, back in the 60s, we had the Volcanics, Howard Morrison. In the 70s, we had Delvanius, and 80s and that 90s, we had Dawn Ray. So, you know, there's always been that collaboration between Māori, Islander, Pākehā. It's never been just a concentrated, who sings the best that gets the job. So I'm just trying to understand this part here where we're just putting the focus on Māori and Pacifica artists and how does that, and how we integrate. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. So the work program proposed focuses on a range of audiences and also works together with artists from many different disciplines, practices, and ethnicities. So the transform option signals a couple of priority lenses that will put the program through, but participation will also be targeted towards some of our target audiences with lower engagement, such as Māori, Pacific, Asian, migrant, refugees. And similarly, we have a range of artists that we work together with in practice and partnership to deliver arts experiences and outcomes for these communities as well.
Yeah, I might just add also that Māori and Pacifica is a unique value in the Tamaki Makaurau region. It's something that we really want to champion and celebrate, and boost that as much as possible as a priority area.
Thank you.
Kapai. I've got nothing in whakaaro, no comments coming through. It has been moved and seconded. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. I will now vacate the chair and I will let the boss lady come on and she will do item 11, all the legs. Kia ora.
Thanks, Alfie. This is one of the great things we do on this committee. And today we're about to hopefully agree to give away $1.2 million in grants for an excellent purpose, which is our cultural initiative grants for Marae development and Papakaianga funding. So I'd love to invite Jane and Annie and Shane to the table, and I hope that councillors did avail themselves of the drop-in sessions. They were excellent. So we'll assume that you have a background in this, but we do have a short presentation. I'll hand it over to you, Jane, to introduce your team, if you're there.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ki te hiamana, koro matua koutou councillors katoa. Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here today in my role as Māori Outcomes Lead to present the recommendations for disseminating $1.2 million of the Cultural Initiatives Fund. As you say, I'm joined here today by Ani Makia, Kai Tohu Marae, and Shane Cook, Principal Advisor Māori Housing, and really want to acknowledge them both and Shane's team, who collectively work really hard to partner with Marae and other Māori partners to advance Marae and Papakaianga development. As noted by our current chair, this is an annual report. The process and value of fund hasn't changed, and we did have 3 drop-in sessions for councillors to be able to talk to us about the process and proposed recommendations prior to today, and thanks to the councillors that joined us. So with that in mind, we'd like to take the paper as read, and as stated, we've just got this short presentation. The purpose of this is to provide a bit of feedback to councillors on the difference the grant has been making in the last year or so, and Ani will talk to the Marae slides, Shane to the Papakaianga slides, and then it's just a couple more summary slides that I'll touch on at the end before finishing up. Kia ora. Kia koe, Ani.
Ka pai, can I just check that you can see the presentation?
Kia ora, yes.
Tēnā koutou. A tēnā tātou katoa, tūtahi me mihi atu ka tika ki a koe Papa Alf mo tō reo whakamoi me te ata nei. Atu anō ki te tiamana hou mo te wānei e te kai kaunihera whaia Kathy. Huri noi te ruma ki a koutou katoa te koro matua, ngā kai kaunihera pērai ki a Josephine Bartley mā, ngā pau hāpai I ngā mahi motu ake o te puari matua o IMSB. Ka tira ki taki angitu, tīma angitu, I rungi te hui topa nei ko Jane Aiken raua ko Shane. Ko Ani Makia tōku ingoa, ko au te kai tohu mā ngā marae o Tāmaki Makaurau. Hi everyone, great to be here again. It's only been a year since I've done this, and yeah, it's getting a lot easier, I hope. So we're wanting to showcase a couple of our successful recipients for Marae development funding in the current funding year. So Te Ringa Waka o Orewa Marae was one of those recipients. They applied for some pūtea funding to develop their car park area. So as you can see from the pikitia that we're showcasing today, they predominantly wanted to improve access for their kaumātua tangata haua and their manuhiri, that's the elderly, the disabled and the visitors to the marae. And they've come close to consenting requirements. There's still a little bit of work to undertake there. They also have enhanced their safety and security for all users at the marae, and just thinking about the whaioranga aspects of this mahi, they're promoting inclusivity for tangata haua, which is the disabled whānau, to come to the marae. So that's always a good thing. The second marae that we're showcasing is Te Tira Marae, based in Pamua, in my backyard. They received $15,000 from the current Cultural Initiatives Fund for the upgrade of their electrical components. So they had an old switchboard from the 1960s, way before I was born. And when I visited the marae, they explained that they were having power outages and power shortages around the marae, so desperately needed to change this. And so that's what their funding has done, and it's it's improved the capacity of the marae hugely. So those are from the marae development funding, and we're going to move to papakainga. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Shane tuku ingoa no tūwharetoa me nā te rakawa ki te tonga o ku iwi. No whare mo te Māori tuku mahi, Principal Māori Housing Development Programs Office. I do like this part of the year. I get to showcase some of the mahi that we've done. So today I'm going to talk about Ngāti Whātua ki Ōrake and their kaumātua housing at Atareta Street. This is a development of 10 duplex 2-bedroom units, joining the existing 9 that they already have up on the hill. The CIF grant in this instance assisted with offsetting the development contributions and regulatory costs, but today I can show you the built outcome. This was a $5 million build. They partnered, Ngāti Whātua partnered with GJ Gardner Homes. Staff also assisted the trust, or my team, the Māori Housing Units, also assisted the staff to secure an additional $1.5 million of additional government funding by leveraging the relationships we have with Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and Te Puni Kōkiri. These houses were officially opened in late January 2022. Some of you may have been fortunate enough to go to the opening. Next slide, please. The next one is a project that's been running for a few years, and it is a fund that we funded probably, I think it was 2 cycles ago. It's Te Mahurihiri Marae. This is a $6.8 million project. It's a project for 14 units of a 3- and 4-bedroom housing mix. After many delays caused by COVID and the logistics of actually managing 2 capital works on this site, as you can see on the second slide to the right, in the background, there's Taumatua Kupe, which is a education centre that they're also doing in the marae at the same time as they're doing the housing development. And you can see in this photo on the left, the housing development is now really advanced. This is actually quite an old photo, and now the roofing's on and they've started the exterior cladding. Staff from across council provided ongoing specialist support. I have to give mention to the Healthy Waters team that resolved quite a few engineering issues to do with stormwater, and the Regulatory Services team who did a lot of the problem solving, supporting us to get through the consent process. And my team, Māori Housing Unit, we were the glue that kept it all together to try and herd all the interest to get this outcome that you see today before you. The anticipated construction completion will be the end of this year. And these are the projects that I presented you today. Thank you.
In addition to the information that's presented in your report, we felt this would be helpful for you to get a view of the Cultural Initiatives Fund distribution over the last 5 years. If the code is not immediately apparent, blue parts of the pie graph represent Mātāwaka Marae, red the Mana Whenua Marae. Sorry, this just does relate to marae, and the yellow highlighting indicates those that have applied this year. So what we're pleased to see and we're working hard at in the background is that there is marae that have either not applied much in the past and or 2 new marae that haven't applied at all in the past, and we're obviously keen on ensuring that all marae understand and can access this grant when they're ready. So this is a nice trend reflected here today. Then there's just a last slide, which is the geographic distribution. So always helpful to see that on a map. Around the left-hand side, you can see that we've got 1 central marae being Te Mahurihiri that Shane just talked to, 4 in the south, 2 in the east and 1 in the west. No applications in the north this year, but they have been strong in the past. So I think this is a reasonably good geographic distribution for the funding. Thank you to the chair. That is all we have to present, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jane and Shane and Annie. Just before I invite Patai, I would invite Angela as our Marae Outcomes lead to move this resolution if you'd like to. And Tony, would you be happy to second it? Tony Kaki?
100%.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
Thank you, Kathy.
Open for Patai, and the first question is from His Worship the Mayor. No question from His Worship the Mayor. One from Daniel.
Yeah,
Daniel, are you there?
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me, Kathy?
Yep, all good.
Hello?
Yep, all good.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yep, okay. Yes, good morning, Kathy, and good morning, Ani. Thank you very much for the conversations that we had in relation to the Marae funding application. I've read the application. I'm familiar with it, and I know that this will be of great interest to the Chief Executive of the Marae. I'm just wondering, have you got any further update as to what you anticipate the scope of work and the total cost for this could be? Because it will need to be significantly more than 170,000, which of course we'll need to get that funding for. So I'm keen to help them. I just want to have the earliest possible indication as to what you think that the final bill could end up being.
Tēnā koe te kaikaunihira, Councillor Newman. Oh, that wasn't me, I hope. No, sorry, we don't have a full costings at the moment. We're actually going through a scoping, and the Marae will come under the Marae Infrastructure Program. So Rosalind Pere-Morris and her team will be going out to visit with the chair. So that's some significant investment, again, on top of the Cultural Initiatives Fund.
Would you anticipate that the scope of works will be broken into two parts, given that the two separate part of the building, the roof replacements, or are we looking at this? I mean, it may well be that this has to be chunked down a bit, and so I guess the scope of works would need to get some reflection about that as part of your assessment. Can you provide that as soon as that feasibility has been undertaken?
Most definitely. Once we get the information, happy to share that with you, no problem.
Thank you, Annie.
Yeah, thanks, Tanya, for the question. I've got two more questions, one from Shane, followed by Glenn. Shane?
Kia ora. I'm just wondering, under section 22 of the report, Te Kaurau Amaki grant, as we know, they have been without a formal marae since the mid-20th century, I think the 1950s or 60s. So I'm just querying why we have reduced their funding, and I acknowledge the points in the report, but I'm wondering if you can talk through it in greater detail, please.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Happy to talk to that, and also acknowledging that both Annie and Shane play a somewhat of an advocacy role in supporting Marae, whereas I'm sitting on the independent assessment panel for making the recommendations today. So the recommendations in this case is because their existing grant, pretty much as it says in the report, their existing grant is still unspent. They still have funding available from the current year, and we're working closely with them to understand where they think they'll be at year end, acknowledging that a lot of our marae have made fabulous progress in COVID, but have experienced the same delays as everyone else in trying to get construction work underway. So they are clear that they won't expect their fund by the year end, and we do have clear guidelines that we need to stick to in order to be fair and equitable. So the funding that's recommended would bring them up to the maximum of the grant value in 2022-23 when combined with the leftover from this year.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Just one last follow-up question. Would a reduction in this funding mean a reduction in their progress for building the marae?
Thank you. That's a good question, and somewhat one that really the Marae needs to answer, but based on really good conversations that I do know actually Annie's been having with their chairperson, they do still require additional funding in addition to what will be needed, what has been recommended here. So there will be more time needed, but however they can get the bulk of the work completed as we understand it with the last year's funding and this year's funding. So hard to say on timing. It is really up to somewhat of their capacity as well as the funding capacity, but it will advance most of the work needed to get to resource consent.
Sorry, Chair, I've thought of a question of a completely different issue, and thank you very much for that. But if you don't mind, one last question, I think. The Te Atu Marae, do we have any kind of very brief kind of update on where that's at, or is that kind of out of scope of our corridor today?
Well, look, I'm happy to take a corridor offline, but in relation to the Cultural Initiatives Fund, which is the subject of today's, they are the recipient of a grant a few years ago, and that is some part of that is unspent and buried into this current financial year, and they're making good progress, but the rest of it's, they aren't an applicant this year, so I'm happy to talk to you offline.
Cool, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. I've got Glenn, then Linda, then Joe. So over to you, Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the Hakamatairanga Mega Tohutohu number 20. And just reading that paragraph, it gives me the sense that this is that Marae may be competing for funding. And e hara tēnā te tikanga o tēnei kaupapa. So I'm just trying to understand that. Because it was always that each marae, there was never an issue about the marae applying, but we should never get into this kaupapa of competition between marae for funding. So that's what I wanted to ask about, because I get the sense that there may be some kind of competition here, or that they're competing for funds, and that was never the purpose and the tikanga of this kaupapa. So I just want to comment on that.
Kia ora, Member Wilcox. The paragraph earlier on as well talks about the fact that immediately prior that we have a $1.2 million fund available and 1.8 worth of funding requested. So it is oversubscribed, and that does in itself bring a level of competitiveness into this contestable grant. And to acknowledge that that's been the case for the last few years, which is a great success story, because when this grant first was created, it wasn't oversubscribed. So it's the awareness of it and the value that it brings is certainly now well known. So yes, we were in a situation where the fund was already oversubscribed on the day of closing, and Papatuanuku asked for a late application. So in the interests of fairness and equity, we asked a few more questions as to why it was a late application. In this case, it was simply a mistake on terms of when the due date was diaried. They had everything else in place. So we thought it was fair and equitable in this situation to open up the system to enable them to put their application in, but not to extend the whole program for all marae. Which would delay the decision making for all marae, which is also a disadvantage for people. So it's not so much that it was creating extra competition, it was just trying to bring as much fairness and equity in an already oversubscribed fund. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I have a supplementary to that. So what are we doing, and what is the kaupapa and the tikanga going forward where they have not been able to get the funding they require? Because what we don't want, one of the things we don't want, and one of the things we started this kaupapa about was continually making applications. Each year they have to make an application. And that was the purpose of this fund, was so how do we make allowances for that?
That's a great question, Member Wilcox. There's two things that might be helpful to understand in this context. One is that each year, even where we've been oversubscribed, the recommendations that have been put forward are usually fulfilling as much as is practically possible of the requests of both Marae and Papakāinga, And where we are declining or reducing the amount, as this report describes, it's usually because many of these projects are quite large scale and quite long term. Many aren't quite ready, or their applications aren't complete. So that's where Ani and Shane work very closely in the background and talk about when the next funding rounds are available, how we can work with them in the meantime to get their applications ready, also what other funding options are available. So it's usually not about simply no, it's actually how can we help you to get the funding at the right time. In addition to that, it's important to recognise that we do have another regional program called the Marae Infrastructure Program, and this is a non-contestable grant, and it's as per the guidelines that PACE signed off, it's equitable investment in all 32 marae that are already built. And so what we're finding is that we can talk to marae about how and when the Marae Infrastructure Program can partner with each of the marae. And in the meantime, if there's emergency, apply to the Cultural Initiatives Fund. So the two funds are working together really well to ensure that there's always an option for marae to be able to advance their aspirations or address the issues.
Thanks, Glenn, and thanks, Jane. I've got 3 more patai, one from Linda, Joe, and a follow-up from Shane. Could you indicate, please, in the chat if you'd like some whakaro? And I've got Tony down already. So over to you, Linda.
Sorry, did Councillor Hills have one there before me?
I haven't seen Richard, but I can put him on the list.
I can see it. I can see it.
You might not have
anyway.
been able to see it. Maybe.
Have I missed you, Richard? I'm terribly sorry. Would you like to just go in now then? I'm terribly sorry.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Cooper, and thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment, and maybe it's not for this item, but the Uruamo Maranga Ake, I just do we have a brief update on where they're at, or is it easier to talk offline? It's just they did receive some funding through this, but I have only heard dribs and drabs of exactly what is happening through the consent process and what the progress is with their marae in Beach Haven.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Similar to the question about Te Atatu, yes, they are a grant recipient in previous years, not applied for funding this year, so not subject of this report, but I'm happy to give you an update after this meeting. But there is good progress being made, and quite a lot more I could add to that, or Ani could add to that, who's leading the relationship with the marae after this meeting.
Kia ora, we'll set up a meeting. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Jane. Linda, over to you.
Thank you. Mine was just around the process. So just noting the kind of bar graph in the report around the spread of grants over the years. It is sometimes is a matter of, some marae have strong governance and organisations. As often as getting a grant really down to that, and how much help are we able to assist in kind of capacity? Because I've got a marae up the road from me, and I know the governance hasn't been strong for many years, and you see things deteriorate, but you kind of know that there's not a lot of capacity to kind of access grants like this because of that, because everybody's a volunteer. Or is that a different process maybe through Ngā Matarai, or just in kind of capacity?
Kia ora, Councillor Cooper, a great question again, and just once again acknowledging both Ani and Shane and their roles. So that's absolutely what we're set up to do, is to support the marae and Papakainga to be able to find an easy navigable pathway. Yes, there is some paperwork and some systems, but literally that's why the differentiation of roles sitting at the table and reporting to you today. I don't get involved in that because I sit on the panel and bring the recommendations, but Ani and Shane are happy to sit with them, help with systems and processes. So that's why I think it's a good trend we're seeing in that graph, that we are seeing more new applicants come on, but we acknowledge there's a lot more to do. But we believe we're set up to do that, and just need to keep working together, and that includes yourselves as councillors that may be able to help connect marae at the time they're ready.
Yeah, tēnā korua, Ani and Shane. So just with the report back about Te Atatu, Marae and Te Hinga, if we could just set up a quick meeting with Shane and I to get an update, because it usually goes through local boards, so we don't hear it. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Final question from Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Jane. Kia ora, Annie. Kia ora, Shane. My question follows on from Councillor Newman's question in regards to Rua Pōtaka Marae. We had an excellent celebration there recently. And thank you to Councillors Dalton and Collins, Filipaina, and who attended and celebrated with us. I wanted to know, do we have any idea of the figures that they're going to be needing for their marae upgrade and development there? Because 100 grand is great, but it's not going to get us the marae that we aspire to for our community.
Kia ora, Councillor Bartley. Great question. We do have a very detailed breakdown of what the funding is likely to be needed for the aspirations of the marae. I don't actually have them in front of me, and I'm not sure they would like them called out in a public meeting. But there's certainly many more zeros required than we can assist with through the cultural initiative. And so that's where this need to work in partnership with other funding agencies and need to think about other ways of breaking down the development and helping, in terms of phasing and helping through the various phases and in ways to smooth processes and make timeframes more efficient. But certainly the Cultural Initiatives Fund will be one of their, they have indicated they will be coming back to the Cultural Initiatives Fund annually to continue to use this avenue to help support the development, but it won't be enough. There is also the Marae Infrastructure Program that they will be part of that will support that development.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Jane. Before we move on to Tony Kake for Whakaaro, I'd just like to ask Angela, as the Māori Outcomes Portfolio Lead, if she'd like to close the debate after Tony. Over to you, Tony.
Tuatahi tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Jane, Ma, Annie, Shane, nei rā te karamihi atu kia koutou. Thank you for your tremendous work in supporting our marae across the Tāmaki Makaurau. As a recipient a few years ago, we now have the first 6 of 9 kaumātua units finished, and this back then it was only 150k. That was the maximum given out, but certainly appreciated. So I just wanted to acknowledge you guys and the work that you do behind the scenes. Yes, giving the money out, and it is in the scheme of some of the funding applications and proposals, the 170, the whatever contribution, it's a contribution. It's certainly, but I think some of the work that goes on behind the scenes that people like Shane and Annie do is also of value. You know, the doors that they're able to open, the conversations that they're having with 10,000 other council staff, that means marae people don't have to have those conversations, is gold. So I just wanted to acknowledge your team, Jane, and appreciate the significance of this funding and how it makes a huge difference. You know, I saw the electrical supply photo that I think Shane put up or Annie put up, and mate, without that, that's a health and safety issue. You know, that's priceless. That's gold. So just that's the stuff we should be supporting, because it's not easy to get funding, but the type of work that your team does, Jane, is really appreciated for all marae across Tāmaki Makaurau. One thing though, I think it's paragraph 42. It says. Staff will work with the relevant councillors and notify all applicants of the outcomes. I'd love to be included. I'm not a councillor, I'm an independent Māori Statutory Board member, but part of the decision making, shucks, I'd love to be included when the news is given to our marae across the muti. I'm not that I'm trying to do it for votes or anything, but I think it's just part of the process. Ka pai, kia ora. Thank you.
And so say all of us, Tony. Thank you very much. And before we put the fantastic resolutions, I'll move over to Angela to close the debate.
Kia ora, Councillor Casey. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm going to be a bit repetitive because I was going to say the same things as Tony. But from a tangata tiriti person's perspective, it's really heartwarming to see all of this mahi that's taking place. And yes, thank you to Shane and to Annie, because it is all about relationships. So it is the funding that we can provide, but it is opening the doors to those other avenues and being so connected out there with our marae. And it is good to see that, I mean, the photos that showing us of what have been achieved is really great to see.
I like what you've done, Jane. I know that you've been pushing equity across Marae, and the graph that you showed, you can see you're actually targeting that equity. So thank you for leading that, and for Shane and Annie doing the mahi on the ground. So congratulations, everyone. Some really good things happening out there for Marae, who have been so critical to us during COVID, absolutely, but everything else that comes post-COVID and into the future. So kia ora.
Here, here, Angela. And thanks from Alfie and from me for all the hard work behind the scenes. We know what goes on. And it's my great delight to put the resolutions. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Back to you, Alfie.
Kia ora, my mate. Thank you so much. And it is a very good story to put out there. So thank you, my mate. Look, we're going to have a break for lunch for those that want to. Pardon? Yep. But we're going to have that after item 12, just a dozen. So I'm going to, I'll move that. And Kathy, if you want to second this one, it's on the table. So I'm going to invite Dave, and he will introduce the team. Kia ora, Dave.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman and committee. So my name is Dave Stewart. I'm Head of Active Recreation, and I'm joined by Peter Cacciopoli, who's our Activation Team Manager in the Active Recreation Unit. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of Geraldine Wilson, who has done a lot of the hard mahi in the preparation of this material and this report. She's gone on to a secondment to another role for the moment, so isn't with us today, but I just wanted to acknowledge her work. I'll just take a second to open up the presentation, and then I will run you through a quick background. All right, I trust you can see that there. Sorry, jumping ahead of myself. So we're talking about the Regional Sport and Recreation Grants Program. So this is a program of grants that fit into our broader spectrum of investment into the sport and recreation sector to invest into community sport and recreation organisations to, I guess, support their programming and activities across Tamaki Makaurau. So this fits into our policy framework and is important in supporting the delivery of the Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan, which is a guiding document that we have in the delivery of outcomes in sport and recreation across the region. And it's fundamentally supporting the high level outcome of Aucklanders to be more active more often. So the outcomes that are being sought through this investment are affordable and accessible options for participation in informal recreation and sport, diverse communities enjoying healthy and active lifestyles, increasing Marae participation in sport and recreation, and participants have a wide range of physical activities, recreational activities and sports that are available to them, but we're increasing the equity of access to those opportunities across the region. So in terms of the assessment process, so all the applications were assessed against the community grants policy, which is a fundamental sort of first step in terms of the process. And then we had an assessment panel that looked at each of those applications that were received. That assessment panel was made up of Pete, who's on the line, Jackie Johnson, who was an external representative from Foundation North. And we thought it was really important that we had that sort of external view from a funding agent that also supports a lot of the good mahi across the region. So we were making sure that we had that tie to a broader investment approach. And then finally, Mike Tuala from the Youth Empowerment Team and the Community and Social Innovation. So really bringing that sort of close connection to the community and that youth voice into the assessment of the applications. So the decision is with you today around the investment into the organisations who applied, and following on from that, we develop funding agreements and KPIs for measurement and reporting back to make sure that we have strong accountability for the investment that we put into these organisations. So in terms of that assessment criteria back against the those applications, you can see the table there that talks through, I guess, the weighting of the different elements that are considered. But we look at, I guess, a number of elements, including those evidence of demand and evidence that the program will result in improvements in participation and the recreation and participation from the outcomes that we're generating through our investment into these organisations. So in terms of our recommendation, the total budget for this fund is $508,000 per annum. You may or may not remember that last financial year we made a decision to invest 3 years of investment into the John Walker Find Your Field of Dreams Foundation. So we already have that sort of locked in, but have brought that to the table so that it's visible about that $180,000 per annum that is being committed to FIFOD there for a really strong program that benefits our communities, in particular in that sort of southern Auckland catchment. But we have, I guess, a number of other recommendations that we have for you today, based off the remainder $328,000 available for allocation. So Touch New Zealand, so that's for sort of whānau-centred sports events run across Auckland. Active Water Skills for Life, so that's investing into the delivery of water skills for life, as it says on the box, in terms of making sure that our tamariki have skills to survive and thrive in the water. And so that targets schools that are in decile 1 to 6 and students that are in years 3 to 6. So Blake, so this is about I guess marine activities that build connection between young people and the water and the marine environment. Got to Get Out, so this is about, I guess, guided activities for young people in the outdoor environment and making sure that we're providing opportunities for our young people to be able to access outdoor recreation opportunities. Active Asian, so this is about building capability in sporting organisations throughout Tamaki Makaurau to be able to really support our Asian populations and make sure that we have equity of access to sport and recreation opportunities for our Asian communities. Blind Sport New Zealand, so this program is about a youth cycling program for blind, deafblind and low vision tamariki and rangatahi and the carers to be able to get into cycling. Tui Liepa Youth Mentoring Service, so they run a basketball program which is I guess targeted at young men and helping them get into really positive activities that support their life and sort of diverting their energies into really positive activities. And finally, Ranui 135 Youth Trust. So this is a program right across West Auckland that is about, it's called Ranui on the Move, but it's about basic and movement skills. And it's also got a ladies movement program for 18 to 25-year-old women in West Auckland as well. So those are our recommended programs that we bring to you today. I thought I'd also show some of the other applications that we received that were really strong, but weren't quite as aligned to the outcomes that we were seeking through this particular fund. But it shows that there's a number of good organisations out there that are also doing great mahi in our communities. But unfortunately, with limited budget, we have to make a recommendation about which projects we can provide and which ones we don't. And the recommendations are based on what we consider to be this most strongly aligned to this funding opportunity. So thanks very much, and that's the end of the presentation, and happy to take any partai that you have at this stage.
Good night, Dave. Peter, anything from you?
No, nothing in particular. Just yeah, I think it's really obviously we've got sort of four known applicants and 4 new ones, so it's quite a good balance, I think, from an assessment panel perspective, and probably, which is quite a pleasing thing, and perhaps it's a reflection on the back of COVID, that there's a lot of extra money in the system in terms of your traditional or your traditional sporting bodies. So we are seeing a more diverse range of applicants come through, which again, I think the panel is welcomes, and a much stronger connection to the environment. So there's a lot more. Again, it's not your traditional sports necessarily, although that while they still feature, there's a lot more connection to the whenua, to the moana, to existing infrastructure, which of course council has significant investment into as well. So that's all I'd add at this stage.
Copy. Mace, if you're online, anything from you before I go to part-time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing from me. I think Dave and Peter have presented the information really well. Thank you.
Copy. First up, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. My question goes to the Tui Raipa Youth Mentoring Services, and just really seeking a little bit more information in terms of where that program is largely focused, like geographically speaking, and what duration it is, and by that I mean, is it an ongoing one throughout the year, or is it like a block of 10 sessions or what? But it sounds like a very interesting and worthwhile concept. So I'm just looking for a little bit more information on that one.
Happy to respond to that one. Yeah, that organisation this is actually the third year we've invested in them, and they've started to scale things up. So it actually is an all-year program. So it goes across 4 terms. Previously, the funding was to support them into, if you like, an external or an externally run competition. What they've now done is build their capability and started to run that stuff in-house, and I think a lot of that was because of the uncertainty of COVID and what that brings, and also the new application that we're supporting is a culmination of those 4 weeks into an end-of-year tournament that actually is reaching more into the whānau connection. So I know it's very hard to tell from here, but Tūlai actually has a whole social service wraparound. So many of these, on the whole, young Pasifika rangatahi are almost kind of not recruited. Sorry, what's the word? Referred. Aroha mai, referred into this service. So there is a deep sort of social wraparound connection with this organisation as well, and they have a very strong reputation in West Auckland, to answer that question too.
Okay. So thanks very much. Great answer. I'll just reserve the right to make some quick feedback, Mr. Chair, when it's appropriate. Thanks.
Ka pai, John, and Peter, I forgot that word recruiter was when you were in the gangs in your younger days. So we'll go to Councillor Dalton.
Tēnā kouroa, Dave and Pete. Hey, do council provide active with funding outside of these 2 grants?
Kia ora, and through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So yes, there is some funding that goes through to active through other funding mechanisms. So we have a investment into the Regional Sports Trust Network. So that's off the top of my head, $552,000 per annum. In this last financial year, active have retained $40,000 of that for their work regionally across Tamaki Makaurau, and that was one of the things that we decided at the committee previously. So we determined that amount for active across the initiatives that funding supports through the delivery of Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan outcomes. So that's one method of investment. Additionally, my understanding is through some other contestable processes, they have also previously received investment into an event. So through the Heranga Potama team, they run an event that they received investment through our events team. So there's a couple of other investments, the events one and for this proposed investment is for very specific deliverables and initiatives.
Can I have a follow-up, Chair? My question is, Active are regional, and so they would meet the criteria more than the other lists that you gave us who didn't quite make the mark. I'm just wondering about, the money that does get invested into Active already, and the money they get from Sport New Zealand, in addition to this $140,000 that are coming through the grants as well, when there's other organisations that have applied.
Sure. Yes, they are a regional body, so they do work across exactly the same area as Auckland Council do. In terms of I guess assessment against other applicants, so there were a number of criteria that we've talked about previously in the presentation that all the applications were assessed against. This particular fund is for activities that deliver directly into community, and Active work closely with the communities and with the organisations that they partner with to have the delivery of these programs. So this is about direct delivery into community and activities to be able to support participation right at the ground level.
Kia ora. Thank you, Dave.
Kopai. Councillor Newman.
Dave, just with respect to this, so I've been in this council, coming towards the end of my second term now. John Walker Find Your Field of Dreams Foundation, which their overheads are lower than anybody else's and their back office is pretty skinny, yet we have reduced the funding for them over time. And whereas, following on from Angela's inquiry, the Active Water Skills for Life, the swimming lessons, I don't think that the corporate overheads for Active and the back office for Active would be as skinny as other applicants that we're funding, yet we seem to be ratcheting up the funding for them. What is the value add for the Active funding application that isn't that rates it as high as John Walker Field of Dreams? I know it's a smaller amount, but Field of Dreams is getting to a much larger cohort of young people. And I would have thought that the best idea would be to continue to roll out Find Your Field of Dreams regionally and to fund it accordingly, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening here.
Sure, and through the chair, I'll start, and Pete may or may not have something to add when I'm done. So firstly, in regard to John Walker Find Your Field of Dreams, I think we acknowledge the really important role that they play, and through the advice that we provided last time around with this investment, we wanted to be able to provide them surety and certainty as a strategic investment partner to be able to invest over a 3-year period. So that was why we recommended last time that they received a 3-year commitment from council, which allowed them to, I guess, have more surety and leverage against that investment with other funding partners in terms of the delivery of that program. I will add that our investment into that program is not only through the grants initiatives, so we also provide access to the council swimming pools to them at no cost. We operate a fleet of buses which help transport the tamariki to the swimming pools at no cost to the schools, so that they can, I guess, remove the burden of the transport cost into those facilities. So there's other ways that we invest and support FIFOD in terms of the delivery of their programming for young people, and for and making sure that amongst other things, they are provided with the skills to be able to survive and thrive in the water. So that's the first part of the question. In relation to how it relates to the Water Skills for Life program from Active, they achieve broadly similar outcomes in terms of the water component. They operate in different areas across Auckland, so there's an agreement between Water Skills for Life and FIFOD about the areas that they operate in across Tamaki Makaurau. I think there's an opportunity for us to have a conversation around how we best deliver these sort of programs across Auckland. And I've engaged with I've engaged with FIFOD about whether or not we could have that conversation. Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Sorry, I could just see in the chat that some people potentially can't hear me. So, sorry, just to finish out that point, Councillor, in terms of this program, the investment that we're providing into the Active Water Skills for Life is not about supporting corporate overheads. This is about supporting the program of the Water Skills for Life. And so whilst the investment that we provide into FIFOD contributes to some of their management overheads, the way this investment for Water Skills for Life is much more about the actual delivery of the program in terms of where the investment goes. So that's my quick summary. I'll just check if Peter's got anything else to add to that.
I think the only thing I would add, and having obviously been predominantly in the south and understanding the amazing mahi the Find Your Field of Dreams Foundation has led for a number of years now, is that they're really quite complementary. So obviously FIFOD working in the Old Manukau City Council boundaries and Active working across the other boundaries with that investment going into direct delivery through the Regional Sports Trust. So it's important to note that delivery is managed and essentially brokered through those the other regional sports trusts. And you're talking, you know, the size of the program just for Active is like 150,000 lessons. So while it's always an ongoing conversation, it's a beast of a program for perhaps one provider to manage across the whole of Tamaki Makaurau. So I know when we're assessing these ones, we very much value how they complement each other and also how that leverages other investments. So we're talking 640,000 investment, and we obviously seeking support for 70,000 of that.
So Daniel, I just wanted to let you know as well that we've got a workshop on the 17th of August. That's with the Sport Rec Facilities Investment Fund. So, I mean, I think some of the partai in regards to that would be there just for your information. Any further partai, Daniel, before I go to Desley?
I had a screen freeze, so I lost it just as we said
Oh.
active. But maybe I'll take that offline, Alf, and we'll have that workshop discussion. I know that you're a true believer in the value of our RSTs, so thank you.
Kia ora. Desley, your partai, and yes, that's what I was going to do in regards to your partai in there. I was just going to wait for this particular item to finish, and then we could do. That's when we're going to have our break. Kia ora. You're on mute, Desley.
I've just got a question around that. This is, you know, great to see the grants program. I'm with Kathy on that. Is there any way we can get a split around local boards and across the region of where all this work is actually happening? I mean, I hear the organisations, and I know, you know, some of you know, it's not a one size fits all. I know that not everyone can benefit, but it would be really nice just to see the impact, the regional impact of the decision making today. Is that possible in any way?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We can look at what we might be able to do there. The nature of this investment fund is that it is for regional activity, so we don't, I guess, look at it on a local board by board basis, because, you know, this is about things that stretch across big areas of Tamaki Makaurau. So we can look at the sort of general areas that have been prioritised for investment and see what we might be able to provide you, Councillor.
Thank you, because I mean that's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, it is regional, so I'm trying to be positive here and saying, look, you know, these go right across here. Let's show that. You know, if you just read this paper, you don't actually know that. It's not obvious. So, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ka pai. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair, and just maybe I know this is done operationally and support the direction the staff take, but just want to understand the North Harbour Netball way they didn't sort of hit the mark. It seemed like a good proposal to me, but and if they can still apply to the next round. Dave, Chair, thank you.
I'm happy to take that one, Dave. So you mean Netball Northern Zone, is it?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. So yeah, so previously we have funded Netball Northern Zone. I think, I guess based on the history as we understand it, that they had some staff leave and lost a bit of momentum. So we know they have a really sound strategy, and we actually have funded them previously for consecutive years. We also experienced some challenges just around reporting. And so I guess this time around, you know, again, if we had more money, we would very much like to fund more groups. But the application on itself, I guess, lacks some detail that we would have liked more. So we are still rebuilding that relationship. We've given the feedback to them, and we would absolutely welcome future applications.
Cool, thank you. Just, yeah, I guess because the catchment is so huge and they don't receive any grant money from the council. So could I confirm that you'll definitely work with them to maybe build up how they can secure future grants on a similar, you know, what they've done wrong and what they can improve on? Or not what they've done wrong, but how we can ensure they're getting some equitable spread across the city. Thank you.
Kapai. There's no more partai here. So I'm going to move to comments, whakaaro, and Councillor Cooper first.
Maybe Councillor Watson, because he did indicate reserve his right to speak first.
Yeah, John, Councillor Watson, sorry, is next, but just up to you two, John, if you want to go first.
Yeah, okay then. Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to make a few observations by way of feedback to the officers. You know, when we, you know, people have been around for a while, get these sort of applications coming before us. We see, you know, various sums of money going out to various groups or organisations. In the past, I've always been a little wary of, you know, in some instances where there seems to be in my view anyway, an excessively kind of bureaucratic component to parts of the operation. So certainly, when I look at the groups that are in operation, and it's not always easy to do, but in some instances it is, to look at exactly what they're delivering on the ground. And that's why I asked the questions about the Tui Laipa youth mentoring services and this basketball program for Marae and Pacifica youth. I see that you know, their organisation has gone from about 6 young people in 2010 to over 747 in 2021, which is a phenomenal growth. Our award this time is 33,000 for this basketball program, and the reason I wanted to comment on it was because for a lot of young males and young women too, basketball has attained a kind of accessibility and a popularity that is really quite out of proportion to the growth of other sports. So, you know, you only have to drive around parts of Auckland and you'll see kids out playing basketball. But what I like about this sort of mentoring service type association is that the opportunity is often provided for the young people to play on a bit, you know, more organised basis, and that also presents the opportunity then to engage and essentially to mentor young people as this youth group tends to be. I had an experience of that myself recently up in Whangaprawa, where a similar program was just started up as a trial, and it only ran for 10 weeks, but on a very, very modest budget. You know, they were getting over 40, 50 young people on Friday nights, you know, a reasonable percentage of whom were Marae and Pacifica, along playing basketball for 2.5 hours. So just a a really stunning success in our community, and obviously Tui Leipa are similar out west in the numbers that they're getting along, the kind of practical sport and return on investment. So this was, you know, like 2.5 hours every week, these young people going flat out, you know, playing a sport, listening to some good advice from mentors that were coming in, and turning up in increasing numbers. And I see the growth with Tui Leipa has been similar. So what I just really appreciate the opportunity to do, Alpha, is to signal my support for these often relatively minor grants that have certainly a disproportionate impact on young people's lives in instances like this, where something's provided that they're keen, that they like, that brings them together, they get really active, and these are, basketball is one of those sports that's a sport for life. You know, people can keep playing right up into their 50s and 60s. So I just wanted to make that point. A lot of the other programs you don't have much of an insight into. I've seen how this kind of mentoring program, basketball program, has worked up here. I've read the website of Tui Leipa and very impressed with what they're doing. So just commendation for that kind of allocation, because I think it's it's a wonderful initiative that could be rolled out across other parts of Auckland too, I think. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora. Peter and Dave, I think it'd be important, based on what Councillor Watson has said, just to pass it on to Lepa. That's all. I think it's important. So yeah, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I'm going to talk about Tui Leipa as well. And Councillor Shane and I were co-chairs of Rānui Action Project when we were the sort of stepping off point for Robson Tavita when he developed this mentoring program. The thing is, this is just part of an holistic approach to a whole lot of disengaged kids from school, basically, that get referred from, he's worked with high schools, etc. But what I absolutely support this. I mean, it has grown massively, but my biggest concern around this whole thing is that all due respect to our cousins in the south, but Basketball New Zealand were given money by Sport New Zealand and told it goes to South Auckland only. So there was no Sport New Zealand money for basketball anywhere else, which is pretty appalling. And that's Dylan Boucher, Basketball New Zealand CEO, told me that. So it's pretty disappointing because we know we need it desperately in the south, desperately. But Sport New Zealand are excluding basketball funding to other areas. So I'm really glad that this money is going to the west, because we've got the second highest Pacifica and Marae population after Marae local board, and very close to our other southern boards. So, at least we can help out somewhere here, but there's got to be a message sent to Sport New Zealand about this. This is just appalling. Auckland is, it might be relatively rich, but we've got some of the most, disadvantaged communities in the country, and especially our young people. They're our future, and we've got to invest in them. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you've put into assessing these grants, because I think they'll all make a huge difference to people in our region. Thank you.
Kia ora, Linda. And again, point taken by both you and John. So look, it's been moved and seconded, so I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Kia ora. Look, the time is 12:51, so we will be back. We're going to have some diet cake, and we will be back at 1:21. Kia ora. See you then. Kia ora mai tātou. I just want to let you know that, yes, we're here, we're waiting, but what's happened is that the town hall has asked me again just to wait a few more minutes. Yeah? Or or shall we start? What's that, my mate? Okay, so look, just to let everybody know, it's 1:21. We are staying online. And so, look, we're moving to the next item, which is 1-3, unlucky for some, item 13. So I'm going to, before I invite Matt, Councillor Fletcher, I rang you to see if you wanted to move this particular item. I haven't had a reply. Did you want to move this?
I'm happy to move that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Killed up. So it's been moved by Councillor Fletcher, and I will second this particular item. And Matthew, I welcome you, and to also introduce any of the staff that are there with you. Kilda.
Kia ora, Chair, and kia ora, councillors. I'm presenting this by myself. Unfortunately, Justine Haves, General Manager, sends her apologies. She's tied up with a change consultation meeting, but I do have others from the Directorate here to support me today. So I will take the report as read and just provide a brief introduction to it. So this is basically the final step in the Regional Parks Land Classification Program, which came to the committee in November last year. And this final step here is to confirm proposals to reclassify regional parkland in four regional parks that was publicly consulted on. So those proposals were in Marae Regional Park, Motukorea, Waitaki Ranges, and Whakaneifa Regional Parks. So those reclassifications proposals were publicly consulted on from December through to February 2022, and we received one objection from the Auckland Hang Guiding and Paragliding Club concerning the reclassification at Marae Regional Park. The paper sets out our analysis of that objection and recommends that the PACE committee proceed with the reclassification of the land at Marae Regional Park, as well as the 25 other reclassification proposals that did not receive any objections. I'm happy to take questions from through the chair. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Matthew. First part is Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Alf. Councillor Fletcher brought up a good point to me this morning as we're on the Regional Park Management Plan hearing panel. Just to make sure that this won't make any difference to our decisions there. This is classification rather than management.
Yes, so the through Chair, the Regional Parks Management Plan, the draft Regional Parks Management Plan anticipated these reclassifications occurring and acknowledged that there was public consultation going along at the same time as the draft plan process. So the plan has been written as if the reclassifications were going to be decided or were going to be confirmed, but obviously that is still subject to those decisions, and they will flow through into the deliberations and the final decisions by the committee on the plan.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask that question. I think we wanted that question asked, Chair, because we just want to make sure there's been a few accusations of not being transparent around our process. So that this is a public meeting and that was all envisaged, and it was an item we did last year, I think. So yeah, I'm happy with that response and that it doesn't materially affect the panel's outcomes or decision they make or recommend to this committee. Thank you, Matthew. And is that Karekare behind you or Kanamatua?
That's between Karekare and Whatapu, yes, so that's the entrance to the Parao Valley. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Killed up. Matua Glen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to understand, does the scenic, you said here that the scenic classification will protect the gannet colony. In what way will it protect that gannet colony?
Thanks for the question, Matua. Through the chair, the extra protection offered by Scenic Reserve classification means that when we are considering decisions about activities within this part of the reserve, we'll need to turn our minds to the effects on the gannet colony when we're making those decisions. So whether it's about discretionary activities or upgrading facilities within this part of the regional park, we will need to place greater weight on decision making around it being a scenic reserve as opposed to a recreation reserve, which has a greater emphasis on people's enjoyment of the regional park.
A supplementary here, Chair.
Kapai.
And my question is then, is there a better classification that we could use to protect this gannet colony, which is kind of like an iconic part of Auckland now? I mean, you see it on quite a few photographs of Auckland, these gannets doing their thing. Is there a better classification that we could have used for the gannet colony, and are there ways to better protect that gannet colony?
The scenic reserve classification is the most appropriate one that the council has to use in this instance for protection of the gannet colony. So that's the classification that best aligned with the values of that particular part of the regional park.
Thank you.
Kapai, there's no line up for whakaaro, so or any comments. So I'm going to invite Councillor Fletcher to close with any comments, and then I'll put the recommendation. Kia ora.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's really nothing I can add. The only concern I had was particularly on motor korea, that I didn't want any controversy on that, and the questions that have been posed by Councillor Cooper have given me the comfort by way of answers. So thank you very much.
Kia ora. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Carried. I forgot, and Sharon has reminded me, but I'm going to ask Maya or Sonia to do a roll call. I'm assuming that everybody's online. They would have told me if they weren't. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Councillor Bartley. Oh, sorry. Councillor Casey, present. Councillor Cashman. Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora.
Councillor Coombe. Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
Kia ora.
Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Mayor Goff.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Sorry, my mute.
Oh, that's one.
IMSB member Kaki.
Yes, I'm here, but only for another 15 minutes. Kia ora.
Okay. Councillor Mulholland.
Hi, present.
Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Maya.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Yes, I said
sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Maya.
Thank you. IMSB member Wilcox.
Aye.
And Councillor Young. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. Item 14, that's the reserve revocation for Accessway Reserve R3, New Haven Terrace, Mairangi Bay. It will be moved by Councillor Watson and seconded by Councillor Walker. Yep, yeah, no, got that, Wayne. Thank you. And I'll just let Alan and introduce any staff online, Alan, and I'll leave it to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Filipina. Alan Christensen here, the Manager of Land Advisory Services, and today I've got with me Wendy Morris, who is the author of this report, which is seeking approval for commencement of the reserve revocation process that is prior to any decision to dispose of this accessway reserve. I'll just take it, the report is read, but just as a summary, this is a fully formed sealed driveway effectively, which, although it is underlying reserve, has been used as a driveway by residents without any authorisation for some 50 years. The council's need for the accessway is only for pedestrian access. In terms of vehicular access, a conditional agreement has been reached with the Presbyterian Church to acquire the land subject to the statutory processes, of course, and an easement would be granted back to council for the function of pedestrian access from one road to another. So before we even begin the process of thinking of disposal, we need to consider how we revoke the reserve process, hence the need for this report.
Nothing further, Alan?
Not from me, thanks, Alf.
Kapai. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question, Alan, on the comment on point 18 going to the benefit of the arrangement that the council receives this guaranteed pedestrian access, continuing the original function of the accessway, and pedestrian safety will be improved. When I look at so that's good. When I look at the overhead visual of the New Haven Terrace Penzance walkway, it would appear, and I just appreciate your clarification on this, that at least in part there's not that kind of safe passageway. So as I look at it, there doesn't seem to be it seems to be obstructions and points at which pedestrians would have to go onto the right of way. Am I correct in that, or am I confusing the lines here?
I think you're correct in terms of its current layout, and it's actually part of the underlying reason why we've been attempting to get to this point for many years. Pedestrian access competing with unauthorised vehicular access has been a safety issue for many years. There's a formed footpath from the top to the bottom, including some concrete steps to Hastings Street, but there's no separation between the pedestrian or the vehicular access. So when we receive an easement, we'll put up barrier guards to ensure that the vehicles are separated from the pedestrians.
Okay, great. That's was going to be my follow-up question. So as part of this process, then there will be the necessary adjustments to ensure the pedestrian safety that is one of the drivers for this revocation then.
Yep, that's the point. Yep.
Yep, good on you. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks, John. Councillor Walker, and then Matua.
Hi, Alan. Just got a question. Yes, we are preserving public access by way of an easement, but having said that, why wouldn't we simply subdivide off the area that we want to retain as a walkway rather than the easement, so that we've got ownership effectively. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, well, one of the things that we did consider earlier on in terms of guaranteeing the access, but the easement has the same effect. It's ours forever unless we choose to let go of it. The costs of subdividing it off would be quite substantial, and an easement consideration isn't part of this calculation, so we're effectively getting it for free.
Okay, just a further question that goes to this. Quite obviously, or it appears to me that if you've got an easement, so the underlying ownership is with the associated property, that effectively confers some advantages in terms of development and so on, because the easement, I'm assuming, is included as part of the site area. So, for example, under the unitary plan, we've got a site coverage that applies to a property that changes under the medium density legislation to 50%. So am I correct in my assumption that the easement confers some advantages to the landowner?
In some cases it can. I don't. Yes, they would, if they amalgamated the current access way to their title, then their maximum area increases, which could provide some benefits in terms of development under the AUP. However, in this case, it's difficult to know how they could develop that piece of land, given that its only use is access to the road.
Sure. I guess my question goes to a future scenario that might look like this. Yes, we have an easement. Yes, as it stands, we've got a church that's the adjacent landowner, but we're seeing a lot of churches disappear and effectively being sold off. This would certainly be a very attractive proposition for a developer, and we could have a circumstance where that developer chooses to develop to the max against the, let's say, the betterment that the community might consider. Is there any way that we can have an easement that has some proviso in it to the effect that the landowner is not able to use the land subject to the easement as part of their consideration for development? Otherwise, and if I can just go to that, otherwise we can have a very unsatisfactory situation, which is potentially happening with some easement, where you have development closer to the easement than should otherwise be the case. Am I making sense? And under the medium density legislation, that could be a development with very high walls in the immediate vicinity overlooking the easement.
Yeah, I don't believe that the easement on their title would allow them to develop into the easement area or use that easement area, easement facility as it's called, to improve their maximum potential.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, the reason I raise this issue is I'm aware of it happening already without the medium density legislation. Under the medium density legislation, this scenario becomes even more problematic. So again, I'm just raising whether there is some sort of proviso that we can have around the easement, and that might just be some additional words that effectively protect the easement from adjoining development that could compromise easement.
So Alan, moving forward, that may be something that you could either consider if you have considered it and not appropriate, please let me know. If not, we can just take it on board once the item has been put, Alan. So I'm just sort of asking you what your reflections are on that.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at that. I mean, the granting by the owner of an easement to us is a disposal of their property rights anyway. So I think it's pretty much inherent in the easement.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Well,
I'm happy with
if
that.
you can,
Up to a Glenn.
Through you, Mr.
So,
Chair, perhaps
yeah,
if Alan
so,
can come back to me on this,
yeah,
because
so Wayne,
I would like to examine it further. Okay, thank you.
yeah, no problems at all, and I'll just leave that as part of your whakaaro as well. Matua Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. I refer to your Māori impact statement 28, 29 and 30. You say there's no effect on Māori from the disposal of this reserve. What makes us, what is that based on?
In terms of the disposal of the land, there's no current effect to Māori, either positive or negative. It is also unlikely to have any further effect on any persons except those who use it to walk along the easement area. The benefit is that the easement is provided for anyone to walk from road to road. So it's unlikely that any eventual disposal of land has any effect on Māori per se.
Mm-hmm. So the public, you say the public, including Māori, will still enjoy the benefit of pedestrian access. I agree with that. So what is the purpose of mana whenua engagement if there's no effect on Māori?
Well, there's a requirement under Part 4 of the Conservation Act for us to engage, but in any event, if we were looking at disposing of any form of Auckland Council held land, it's a part of the process that we go through. It may well be that we don't know at the time that we engage with Māori that there may be some level of significance to the land that we were hitherto unaware of. So it's always beneficial.
So the reason I asked this is because I actually know about this from way back, and part of the reason for these walkways through here was to enable access down to the beach, and for shortcuts down to the beach when you came down the hill.
Yeah,
so
that's right. 3 of them.
So there is an effect, and I suppose my question is: so how will we, by having a revocation and mana whenua engagement, how are we as council going to uphold the modi of that kaupapa? Because at the moment you walk through, it's quite wide. I done the walk myself with a bag of pippies once as a young fella. So what I'm trying to understand is how will we uphold the modi of those access ways to the beach? Because basically once we hand it over to somebody else, which I'm fine with it, I don't have an issue with that. My concern is how do we maintain the modi of that pedestrian, of the purpose for which it was put in?
Well, there'd be no change to the access. There's 3 of those access ways that go down the slope to the beach. They'd all remain open. There would still be access way easement between. This is the second of the third of them, so the middle access way. There's no change. The only change perhaps would be that the current width is reduced.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I suppose I'm a little bit confused because I don't agree there is no effect, and then it makes a nonsense of the thing then saying that we're going to have mana whenua engagement because there's no need to if there's no effect. So what I'm saying is actually there may be an effect, but we don't know what it is, which is fine. So my final question regarding this, and I think this is what I want to understand, is if mana whenua do come back, how are we going to deal with that? Because we're saying sign it off, let's move it on. What are we going to do if they come back and say there's something about this place that that you need to uphold the kaupapa from which you were started? What are we? Are we going to do a naming process? Are we going to do this or that or anything else? Because I think we need to highlight the reason for which these places were put in, and they've been hijacked by people who've used them as driveways. And fine, you know, that was their kaupapa. But I think we need to reinstate these walkways, similar to what Waitemata local board did when they worked out all the passageways through the whole of Auckland, and there was over 100 of them through buildings and under buildings and over buildings and all of that. So I think what I'm trying to get at is how can we make these, and then this is a bigger, broader sense, Chair, and maybe it is not the right place, but how can we make these pedestrian accesses available and understood that these places are there for people to use? And I suppose that would be the corridor that will come out from a lot from mana whenua. Well, I'm a mana whenua, I'm saying that right now.
Yeah, the purpose of undertaking the statutory process with regard to revocation includes, you know, public consultation. So any person could surprise us with any form of submission and opposition or support, but that's what it's there for. It's the eventual disposal of this land would require 2 further reports to committee, PACE first and then finance and performance after receipt of any engagement consultation information. So it has to be conditional on that. If there's a showstopper, then the agreement with the church won't go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Kapai. I haven't got any other pātai, so any whakaaro apart from Councillor Watson closing the debate, and then I'll put the item. So Councillor Watson, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I think all the relevant issues have been addressed in the report, and I guess Board Member Wilcox is just raising that point in terms of that access and that public good component, which has been spelled out in the report. But I think along with the commentary from Councillor Walker in terms of just looking every which way on this one to ensure that we don't end up in a situation where there is some impact on that public access. And I guess we say it in particularly in areas like this, which are a very valuable real estate now, where there's a strong development imperative in terms of what's enabled. And we don't want to replicate a situation where, as sometimes occurred, where the public access then is compromised either by virtue of the use of the access way, potentially in terms of any fencing or whatever, because that leads to other issues in terms of surveillance and that sort of thing. But I'm sure Alan's taking those on board. They're good points from both Member Wilcox and Councillor Walker. But other than that, Chair Alf, I'm happy to proceed with this matter. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you. So look, it's been moved and seconded. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Kia ora. Thank you, Ellen. Ngā mihi. We'll move to item 15, and Kathy will move that particular item, and I will second, so we can put it on the table. Before we end up going to this item, I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Sharon Stewart. We have been corresponding over the last couple of days in regards to this particular item. Now, so then that I can be transparent, Councillor Watson put in an amendment in regards to further consultation, and also just to have a look in regards to 9R 40-foot lane. I obviously sought advice from our governance and democracy team, and I have relayed during the lunch break the decision, and that is that it is both a direct negative and is out of the scope of the committee, because our scope in this particular item and for all revocations is to decide whether the reserve status will be revoked or not. So I have relayed that to Councillor Stewart, and I will give her the opportunity once the staff have given their report to ask partai, but more importantly, she'll be the first to start our whakaaro off, and then I will allow Councillor Young, if he wishes, to follow Councillor Stewart in regards to any comments that he wishes to make. So I just wanted to do that. And so, Councillor Stewart, when we get to partai questions or even whakaaro, I will definitely give you that opportunity to explain the conversations that you and I have had. And but I wanted to at least put this recommendation on the table, and our staff will end up discussing it. So I'm going to go to Carl if he could introduce the team in regards to this particular item. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi o te wā ki a koutou, ko Eke Panuku Mahiaho, ko Carl May toku ingoa. I am a portfolio specialist in the strategic asset optimization team, and I have been leading the process for the reserve revocation of these properties in East Auckland. I've come slightly mob-handed today. With me, coming to you from cyberspace, are, and in no particular order, Letitia Edwards, who is the head of strategic asset optimization at Eke Panuku, Anthony Lewis, senior advisor portfolio review at Eke Panuku, also Julie McKee, who is the hearings manager in the democracy and engagement team at Auckland Council, and Grace Elisieva, who is a senior solicitor in the public law team at Auckland Council. If any of you decide to bowl any Googlers, I will no doubt be deferring to their greater experience and expertise in these matters. The purpose of this report is to present the recommendations of the independent commissioners following a public hearing, and to seek approval to submit a request to the Minister of Conservation to uplift the reserve status of 2R Tirako Drive, Pakuranga, 72R Karaka Road, Beachlands, and 9R 40-foot lane, Sunny Hills. Also to note that we recommend that the committee accept the recommendation of the independent commissioners not to proceed with the reserve revocation of 111R Golfland Drive in Howick, and to note that work to investigate the independent commissioners' recommendations regarding 76R Aberfeldy Avenue is ongoing and will be reported to the committee at a later date. So to kick off with some background, a quick refresher. Auckland Council's Finance and Performance Committee approved the subject sites for disposal on the 16th of July 2020 and on the 17th of September 2020 as part of the emergency budget. These sites had been identified by council staff prior to the emergency budget as no longer required for reserve purposes. This was on the basis that properties did not meet the criteria set out in council's open space policies. Following the resolution, Eke Panuku, on behalf of council, has undertaken iwi notification according to Section 4 of the Conservation Act 1987, and public notification under Section 24 of the Reserves Act 1977 for these reserves. Due to the volume of submissions received, independent commissioners were appointed to consider the submissions. A hearing was held for these reserves in February 2022 before two independent commissioners, one with Reserves Act expertise and the other with specialist knowledge in the area of kaupapa Māori. The submissions were considered at these hearings, and all submitters were invited to present their submissions at the hearing, and the relevant local boards were also invited to present their views. In their report, the commissioners recommend, I'll just go through them property by property. 72R Karaka Road, the commissioners unequivocally supported the proposed reserve revocation. 2R Turakau Drive, the commissioners stated that council had to be satisfied that the reserve is not required for servicing, i.e. public access purposes, as part of the redevelopment of Pakuranga Plaza before the revocation proceed. Staff can advise the committee that the reserve at 2R Turakau Drive is bounded on three sides by legal road. Now, sorry, Maya, I think we have a slide deck. Not to worry.
No, it's just coming up, Carl.
Yes,
So just
my bad. I should have requested that right at the start.
no, that's all right. She's just getting it up for you. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Maya. Can we please go down a couple of slides to Turakau? Lovely. So here we are, a lovely aerial shot of Pakuranga Plaza, and it shows the location of the two parcels of land that form the reserves at 2R Turakau Drive. Can we go to the next slide, please? So yes, so we can advise that, as you can see, 2R Turakau Drive is bounded on three sides by legal road. And as you can see from this this map, this plan, the reserve is not required now or in the future for access purposes. The owners of the petrol station, as you can see in the photographs, that sits slap bang in the middle of the two parcels of land, but also the owners of Pakuranga Plaza. They are both obvious potential purchasers. So if the reserve status is uplifted, Eke Panuku will explore disposal options with both potential purchasers. Could I move to the next slide, please? Waterfoot Lane. The commissioners agreed that the reserve did not meet most of the open space assessment criteria, and they agreed that in terms of a rationalised portfolio, this reserve was a reasonable candidate for revocation. However, they recommended that council discuss options for the establishment of a community trust or similar to manage and control this reserve for the general public. Auckland Council's Service and Asset Planning team has considered the options for the establishment of a community trust to manage and control this reserve. The team has advised that under the Reserves Act 1977, only the Crown can appoint a voluntary organisation, board or trust to control and manage reserve land, and then only if it is vested in the Crown. This property was vested in the Crown for a period of 2 months in 1961. It was subsequently vested in Manukau County Council under the Counties Amendment Act 1961, so there is no underlying Crown ownership. So the Act, there is no provision in the Act for us to do this. If council were to enter into a lease with a voluntary organisation, ownership would remain with council. This is not supported, and this was confirmed in discussions with Auckland Council's Land Advisory Services. Moving on, I'd like to have the next slide, please. Before I go on to Golfman's Drive, I'll just like to note 76R Aberfeldy Avenue. The Commissioner's recommendation was that the crossing, a crossing over Aviemore Drive to Lloyd Ellesmere Park be upgraded to make it safer and therefore more accessible before revocation proceeds. So Eke Panuku is working with AT to investigate this particular recommendation and will report at a later date. 111R Golfins Drive. The Commission has found that this reserve is capable of further development for a range of passive and active activities. It is located in an area clearly planned for intensification. The site serves a local recreation and utility purpose and functions in a way that alternatives could not. Therefore, they have recommended that the reserve status not be revoked on this reserve. That concludes my summary. Thank you for listening, and I and the team are ready to field questions.
Kia ora. So thank you, Carl. And I'm just waiting to see if there's any part-time because, as I said earlier, if not, I will be asking Councillor Stewart. Matua Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Is Crown title under any of these properties?
No.
So none of them are vested in the Crown.
If they were vested in the Crown, we would have needed a special. We would have needed to consult with DOC beforehand, but we wouldn't proceed with underlying Crown ownership.
No, thank you for that. Because I'm aware that the purpose of this is just about the reserve status. So I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Ka pai matua. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So hi, Carl. I've just got a question about the 40-foot lane reserve, and it goes to the intent of the recommendation or the request on the part of those commissioners, and without recollecting the precise words, I think the intent was that there be some opportunity for community engagement in the upkeep of the reserve and so on. That's what I pick up from it.
The community has been engaged in that we've held the public consultation under Section 24 of the Reserves Act. We have appointed commissioners to consider the submissions, and in fact we have gone over and above the requirements of Section 24 by holding a public hearing. There is no requirement to hold a public hearing for a reserve revocation, the Section 24 process under the Act.
Sure. Could you just read out what that comment was or recommendation was that the commissioners made? You referred to?
The commissioners agreed that the reserve did not meet most of the open space assessment criteria.
Yep, got that.
Okay. They recommended that council discuss options for the establishment of a community trust or similar to manage and control the reserve for the general public.
Okay. So my question is around the intent there, and the intent was obviously around engagement and the reference to management and control. And my question goes like this. There are any number of reserves that come to my mind, very, very large numbers, where you've got facilities on those reserves, in some instances owned by the community, often leased to the community. Also, many schemes involving custodial relationships around reserves that go to planting and maintenance. I can think of any number of reserves around that. And we actively encourage that, because the council doesn't have the capacity to actually look after a lot of its reserve spaces. Is it conceivable that we could have an arrangement around this reserve that does go to a relationship with the community that might enhance the upkeep of the reserve on the part of the community? That could involve things, for example, like tree planting. There could be other forms of maintenance. There are many reserves I'm familiar with where people in the community actively do stuff on reserves over and above the call of duty. Is that possible?
I think that would be a question for Auckland Council's Parks and Open Spaces team. I will just observe that yes, people do lease parts of reserves. They do own assets on reserves, but that is not the same as owning the reserve itself, as being appointed to control the reserve or transferring title. I mean, to transfer the title, the reserve status would have to be uplifted.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I am not suggesting in any respect the transfer of the title. I am not suggesting either a lease, though we do lease parts of reserves. We do that all over the place. What I am suggesting and questioning is, have we explored the opportunity of some form of engagement with the community that might work for the community in terms of the retention and enhancement of the reserve, and would also work for council in respect of reducing some of the cost to council of maintaining the reserve? Have we explored any arrangement with the community? Carl?
I would simply say the answer is no, because council has resolved, the Finance and Performance Committee has resolved that it no longer wishes to keep this land. And this was identified as being no longer service purpose through council's own processes.
Sure, I understand that, Carl. Having said that, I also note that this particular reserve did tick quite a number of boxes in a circumstance where it ticks an additional box, and that might go to the maintenance on the part of the community, the involvement of the community. That position might alter. That's my understanding, Mr. Chair. I may be correct. I did listen to the earlier summation around this particular reserve.
Yep. So just to get some clarification here, our team, our parks team, was asked, and they said no, it is not going to happen in regards to any arrangement. And as I said earlier, any recommendation around that is going to be out of scope for this particular committee. If anything needs to happen, something needs to go back to the Finance and Performance Committee. We will be dealing and only dealing with the revocation of the reserve status, and that's how I will be doing this particular item moving forward. So this is why, as I said to Councillor Stewart, this is why I will not be putting the amendment, because it's out of the scope and a direct negative. So, okay. Councillor Watson.
Supplementary question, Alf?
I'll go through to Councillor Watson. I will come back to you, Councillor Walker.
Okay, I hadn't finished. Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I just want to give other people an opportunity, and I'll definitely come back to you. No problems at all. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, so a couple of questions on some of the content of the report, and I'm two quite specific and one more generalised that go to some of the attachments here. And the first one just kind of goes to the currency of some of the comments that were made. So I noted in respect of the hearing panel, for instance, when they were, addressing the issue of concerns with, the loss of open space and, higher development thresholds, etc., that they made reference to 40-foot lane, but the other properties too, in fact, of being residential, mixed housing, suburban. Now, all that zoning is going to be superseded with this medium density standard through the national policy statements, isn't it? So just to get that clear, that all these properties will be essentially mixed housing urban very soon as a consequence of the planning procedures that are going through and will be put out for consultation in August.
I don't think that covers the whole of these areas. Some of the areas around transport hubs, that is true. Yeah, but I would have to defer to a planner for that.
Yeah, there's a big difference between mixed housing suburban and mixed housing urban, and mixed housing suburban is all but disappearing under the government proposals. So I think that's useful in terms of some of the commentary that was made in respect of the submissions. It's actually a more intensive future that these areas, and in fact all of Auckland's looking at. The second question I wanted to go to was in respect of the commentary that, and I'm talking again of 40-foot lane, and this is an attachment A, that the park lacks amenity, and I'm assuming there the amenity is defined in terms of, you know, maybe seats or kids' playgrounds. I just want to canvass, and this might be the parks people who are best suited to answer this, that the notion of amenity differs in terms of what activities taking place there. So, for instance, I understand through the submission process there was quite extensive reference to, you know, local kids and whatnot playing games of cricket, kicking balls around and stuff like that. That amenity is actually enabled by open space like this of, you know, of some 2,000 square meters, which isn't enabled in other more confined areas where you've got seats and playgrounds and all the rest of it. So I guess my question at the end of all that is that in terms of the amenity for that sort of activity, which is obviously taking place currently, then 40-foot lane actually does provide that opportunity. It's a different sort of amenity, but it's an important amenity, and arguably more important now with the intensification coming up. Did anyone draw that distinction?
I think I would just simply state that we are managing the reserve revocation process, and the way the open space is assessed for the reserve revocation is, does it meet the values of the Reserves Act? The Parks and Open Spaces team assessed the reserve and concluded that it did not.
Okay, so I guess that's a debating point that I'll return to in my speech, because obviously, you know, the community, the local board and the local councillors disagree on that, but that's to be continued elsewhere. My final question goes to one of the recommendations of the hearing panel in respect of that process that the public went through, and the commissioners Hill and Morrison encapsulated in their hearing report, and it goes to this kind of notion of public perception and transparency in respect of Panuku's involvement. So they made some recommendation there that the kind of the combination of Panuku, you know, being the wing of council that disposes of assets, then being involved leading out in this process is a contradictory one, that there should be some separation. Now that is a comment that has been made previously in terms of the public perception, and you know, and in respect of some quite lengthy and detailed investigative reports. Is there any awareness of that, and what's your response to that? Because I think that's a very important point that have been made in that recommendations of the hearing panel.
Well, I think that's rather outside the scope of my report, which is simply dealing with the recommendations as regards the reserve revocation and not council policy.
Okay, so I see a lot of heads nodding. So at what point?
Sorry, hold on. Just Letitia, I'll just let Councillor Watson finish, and I will give you the opportunity to speak. So I'll just let Councillor Watson finish.
Yeah. So
future, I assume there will be a significant flow of money to the council for reserve purchases, some of which will need to be spent in this vicinity. And again, I point out that we have had no response from council in respect of what those future requirements are. With respect to amenity, as Councillor Watson has pointed out, this area has significant amenity. It also has the particular advantage from council's point of view, and I'm applying CPTED principles, crime prevention through environmental design, that it is overlooked by a number of properties, and I would suggest is a relatively safe place and pleasant place for people to use. That is often not the case in many areas. So I would hope that the majority of councillors and independent members around this table would give some support to Councillor Sharon and her contention, rather than the opposite, against a basis where the opposite does not appear to be at all informed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I've got Councillor Young, and if there's nobody else, I will close the debate.
Just comment. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Rich is tooth and the land is money. This is an old saying from the Asian community for last couple of thousand years. We all know the land value and will be more precious in the future. In 2020, we approved the emergency budgets, which include excess recycling to cope with COVID and the financial challenge. I was supportive of this approach in January, and in some cases, the cost of maintaining unused public land for the benefit of only a few is not the wise use of repair funding. We also needed revenue to deliver those projects are long overdue, such as $1.4 billion Eastern Busway and the planning for the airport to Botany rapid transit project. However, in 2020, I could not support the disposal of the reserves at 40-foot lane, Golfland Drive, and Aberfield Drive. These reserves are treasured by the community, and our local parks are our connection to the nature and the well-being. They are particularly important as Auckland moves to a higher housing density to support our growth. I'm glad to see our commissioners reject the Golfland Drive and have a request more work for Aberfield Drive. This is a good result. However, I encourage my fellow councillor to vote to save 40-foot lane also. We do need to look to the long-term health and well-being of our city. A huge thank you to the outstanding community groups who get together to protect what is important to land for now and the future, as well as my fellow councillor and the local board members who have done the same. I would also like to thank our professional staff in the hearing teams, in particular Julie Marquis, for dealing with this sensitive matter so professionally, as well as Iku Panuku and the independent commissioners for such tough work. Kia ora, Chair. 谢谢.
Thank you, Constable Young. Thank you, Councillor Young. I'm going to close this debate. And look, we've been here. I don't know how many times we've been here. We have been here since 2020 when the emergency budget came into place. Where were the people then? I didn't see them anywhere. Where were they then? Yes, the local board. I know that the local board ended up not supporting the reserve revocation. Understand that. I also understand because the councillors within the area would be advocating for the same thing. But there have been so many properties that have been sold as a result of this emergency budget, and that process needs to continue. This was at the agenda for the PACE committee in April, and as a result of the recommendations that the commissioners did, they ended up putting in there that there has to be a community trust, but it was a suggestion and a recommendation that we could look at it. Guess what? We put that off for 2 months for our staff to end up having to look at whether that in case could happen. But one of the key things was going to the manager for our commissioners, our hearings panel, and we were told that they could not make that recommendation. But at least when it was decided to put it off for the 2 months, that was the reason why. We also found out that our staff had spoken to the staff of the Minister of Conservation, and they were not prepared to also end up entertaining a trust looking after this property. We know why all these properties had to be put on the list of emergency because of the situation. Has our situation improved? No, it hasn't. It hasn't improved. It has gone through the process. The commissioners ended up saying that, look, yes, we should remove it, and maybe you could consider this. Well, I'm going to support the commissioner's recommendation in regards to removing the reserve status. I'm going to support that. And I'm hoping that the colleagues around this table online will support that as well. When we ended up having to look at when people start talking about what could possibly put in place, our staff was spoken to around what the situation is with it. And that is that no, it is not required. As a result, the only thing that we are dealing with in regards to this item is the removal, the revoking of the reserve status. And that is the only recommendation that we will end up putting through here. And that's the mandate for this committee. I cannot and will not end up putting in any recommendation or even saying that this is what we should end up doing when I know that is not the mandate of this committee. Councillor Stewart, and we spoke about this, Councillor Stewart can end up going through and getting the recommendation revoked herself from the Finance and Performance Committee, and I wish her luck in that. But this was passed 2 years ago. We needed to do it, and this is what the situation is going to happen. And I've got a division here for D&E, so I'm asking that this committee support. The only thing that we can do here is to remove the reserve status. There is still an option for the councillor and the 2 councillors and getting support of their colleagues. They still have the option of getting the recommendation of the Finance and Performance Committee 2 years ago. They still have the option to get that revoked. I'm suggesting that you do that. If you want to end up getting that recommendation revoked, well then rely on your colleagues around this table. But at the moment for this particular committee, it is around removing the revoking the reserve status, and that is what I'll be putting. So as a result, I'm asking councillors Stewart and Young, who would be advocating, if the people on this particular item have spoken about, look, we got to support them. Well, you support them when you end up getting the notice of motion to revoke the recommendation at Finance and Performance. Then we'll see whether you'll get the numbers. But that's me. I'm telling you, you would do it that way, not at this particular point. This is around the revoking of the reserve status. So I have division on D and E. So I'm just going to go back to our team, Maya and Sonia, to end up putting it through with the division on D and E. Kia ora. Yeah, so Maya, if we could do that.
Okay.
We'll put everything, just to let everybody know, we're going to put everything on voices except for D&E.
So we're doing the division. The division is on. Sorry, can you move that?
Can we put? Sorry, Mike. Can we put everything else except D&E?
Yes.
We'll do that, but we put the on voices for everything else except D&E, and we'll do division on that. Yeah, on division. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Oh, here's me asking, looking at Maya, say you say it, and there's no, it's your job. Oops. So look, I'm going to put everything on voices except for D and E, and they will be done via division. So all the others except D and E, all those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? That's passed. And then division on D and E. Maya.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, division on D and E is on the screen, 9R 40-foot lane, Sunny Hills. Mayor Goff,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
Aye.
Chair Filipina,
Aye.
Deputy Chair Casey, Councillor Bartley. Yes, thank you. Yes, against, sorry. Councillor Bartley is against. Councillor Collins.
For.
For. Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper. For. Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Newman. Just put it as nothing. Councillor Sayers.
Against, thank you.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against?
Councillor Young.
No.
I'll just go back and check. Councillor Newman, are you online? Okay, I'll just leave it. Oh, IMSB member Kaki, my apology. Who's left? IMSB member Wilcox.
For.
Thank you. You need to do Daniel. Doesn't know. Thank you. Can you scroll up a bit? Thank you. That's carried 11 votes to 7. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. We now move to the next item. And that is item 16, the ongoing management of motorised vehicles. I will move that and second Councillor Cashmore, Deputy Mayor. Before we do, I just want to acknowledge the work that Samantha's done in regards to the recommendations, and we're going to put up the recommendations that our team have seen and are supportive. So they are the recommendations that will be going up. And I think Scott and Stephen, if we end up, when you present, can you just then explain C and everything else around the support for that, and then we'll get into Pātai and whakaaro. Kia ora nā. So Samantha, thank you so much for the work. What's happened? Apologies for the delay. The Stephen and Scott are going to get the headphones because they need the headphones plugged into the computer. So apologies. When you're ready, gentlemen. Can you hear Scott? Okay, sweet.
Kia ora tātou, ko Scott Silver, Taka Wingwa. Thanks for the opportunity to come and present to the committee this afternoon. Look, I take the report as read, although there are a couple of highlights that I'd like to point out as we go through this. We've had a number of reports come to the committee over the last probably year or so, mainly around the concerns that we've had around Muriwai Beach, user safety, environmental protection, fire risk and driver behaviour. September last year, the committee approved the implementation of the management measures associated with vehicle access to the beach. This included the committee requesting staff to investigate and implement control measures. This work is currently underway with support from Rodney Local Board funds. Additional to that is staff were to investigate a fee-based permit and options for engagement process. The report recommends consultation with the community on whether to introduce a fee and the value of that fee. Since that time, we've been through another summer period, and as highlighted in the report, there are a number of actions that have been undertaken. We actually have a presentation that we would like to work through. I'd hand it over to my...
My apologies.
I'll hand it over to my colleague Stephen. He's going to try to get out of that, but I'll make him do it. So this just will provide you a bit of an oversight in terms of the management actions that happened over the summer.
Yeah, forgive me,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to get linked in to the feed.
We can actually hear you.
Cool. Thank you. As Scott said, the work through the summer period, based on the recommendations from the governing body or the post committee prior to in September of last year, we implemented the summer closure period from 31st of December through to the 17th of January. We undertook targeted education. It wasn't as thorough as we would have enjoyed. It did involve an improvement on the brochure with a greater level of clarity to the information we were providing. We also gratefully accepted some financial support from four-wheel drive clubs who provided a very large 8x4 trailer-based sign that we could mount on the entry points to Coast Road and elsewhere on the beach. We improved our signage. Police ran their annual targeted Operation Black Sands. It was a little quiet given the beach was closed for the best part of 4 weeks through that. But when the beach reopened, they did engage in a number of targeted checkpoints on both Wilson Road and Coast Road, checking permits and turning people around if they didn't have the appropriate permit and or warrants and registrations. To be fair, we did change the signage on the second section of Coast Road to drop it from 50k to 30k. Anecdotal feedback we have is it hasn't made much of a difference to speeds. We did put some information out to endeavour to restrict the area south of the Okiritoto stream to parked vehicles only. It is an area all vehicles accessing the beach have to drive through, so that was a little difficult. Sorry, beg your pardon, my screen has just changed. Bear with me while I find it again. Cool, thank you. We do continue to engage with a community group, the Community Advisory Group, and in fact we met with them last evening around this report back to the Post Committee. They were provided some feedback on that, on the information that we're providing today. And if I may, their feedback was of a view that, and a strongly held view last night, but there's been some further conversation today. They believe that access, if we're looking at controlling access to the beach, that access should be controlled at all public entry points at the same time, rather than just one prior to another. And the reasons for that will become obvious a little further on. And also they were strongly supportive of a paid permit system being the first step rather than a second step, with ring-fence funding to support some targeted enforcement and compliance activity on the beach. We haven't met with the joint agency group since our last presentation to the Post Committee. We do continually monitor vehicle access to the beach, and there's a little bit of information coming up that'll show what that is. We're currently investigating paid permits. So, yep. In terms of the targeted education, it's just a couple of pictures of the information that is present. The signage to the left is on Wilson Road, Rimmers Road, and Coast Road. And this image is just to show you the complexity around trying to restrict the area south of Okiritoto stream, which is the area highlighted in the blue oblong. Yep. And if you have a look at the chart in front of you at the moment, that's tracking vehicle volume onto Marae Beach through all the entry points since the start of our monitoring the 3 common public entry points. As you can see, prior to sort of round about Labour weekend of 2020 was our busiest weekend at that time, where we had about 855 vehicles moving on the beach on one day. Labour weekend of 2021, we had 1,688 vehicles moving onto the beach on one day. That is an exaggeration of numbers, primarily because that was at a time that Auckland was able to leave their homes, but they weren't able to leave Auckland. So they couldn't then go and four-wheel drive wherever else they wanted to go. Yep. Excuse me while we just change headsets. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Yep. Mike's off is my middle name. Cheers. So you're able to play the. Yep, please.
Just letting everybody know they're getting a video ready to show. That's why the delay.
Yeah.
Just look, everybody, if you go online, you can access the video. We're just continuing with the IT issues that we're having. So we will discard the video. You can have a look at it at your leisure. And I'll go back to Scott and Stephen.
Just checking that was the last of the videos of that slides with it. That was the last one. Okay. Okay. Yes, apologies for the video. It was actually a nice snapshot of some of the issues we've been dealing with over the summer period. Jack Jones, one of our rangers out of Muriwai, was the star of the show, and it just sort of indicated some of the challenges we had over that time, but and the enforcement we've been trying to take on with that. So if you get a chance to have a look at that, it would be great. I think finally, Stephen's provided that overview in terms of some of the actions we've taken following the last report and the control measures that we've tried to work through to try to make Muriwai a bit of a safer place. I guess in sort of finally just sort of wrapping up, I just want to provide a bit of a timeline in terms of where we go from here. I think we've got one further slide that we were going to just I can quickly talk to, and then happy to answer any questions from there. So just the timeline we've got in front of ourselves, obviously we're reporting today to the committee. If we get a support for progressing this ahead, we'll start the consultation with the community effective as of Monday and run that through for a month to gain feedback from the community in terms of whether they would support a fee and the value of that fee. Intentions is to report back to the committee August, September, And then in order to adopt the fee that's supported, then we'd have to report to the Finance and Performance Committee. And that's the program in front of us at this stage. So happy to hand it over and answer any questions you may have.
Tēnā kōrero, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll go to the first partai question, and that is Councillor Sayers.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to really acknowledge Stephen Scott for the effort that's gone out there over this period, and the teams. I think it's important. I've also, by the way, seen the videos. Okay, so Mr. Chair, I've got a number of questions, just over half a dozen or so, just for clarification. Having read the report, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to Scott or Stephen beforehand. So just in terms of when we go out to find out what value that fee should be, and I understand it can be up to $150 per annum. Are we going to present it as options? So if you pay, so much money, then you get so much back. Or do we say, what do you think the fee should be? How will we present that in terms of gaining feedback from the public of where they think that fee should be sitting? Is there any thought about how we present that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sayers. Look, in terms of the fee, our approach with going out with the engagement of the community is going to be based on a fee up to a certain value. We've indicated at this stage a maximum of $200, and getting the community's feedback on that fee. We have put some suggestions around there around a period, so that's an annual fee, but we've also provided a couple of questions around whether the community would support a lesser period of time, so 6 months or 3 months. We have done some numbers so that the current permit system we have in place, we've used that as a bit of a basis to determine what type of fee would be required in order to maintain a control measure such as a gate and things like signage and any other continued work. So with the collection of that fee, we have talked about having that ring fenced to use solely at Muriwai, and any additional funds that would be gathered from that would be used for environmental protection, protecting dunes, planting programs and the like. So at this stage, we want to gauge the level of comfort with that indication of that fee, and we would take that advice on and then look at how it would transpire into a fee.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. The second question was just around the seasonal closure time period. We've had ranges here. We've been like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, up to 4 weeks closure. I couldn't quite pick up from the report what we were perhaps tending towards in terms of what we might present to the community going forward. How long that should be? Is there any thought on that, please?
If I may, the last approved closure for the year just passed from 31 December was for 3 weeks, so 31 December to 17 January. That did extend by 1 week, primarily to manage extreme fire risk at that time. So the closure effectively, a council approved closure was through to the 17th. That period seemed to work relatively well last year. The year prior, it was for the Christmas period and New Year. This year, it was primarily for the New Year period and early January, which seemed to work better anecdotally.
Okay, thanks, Scott. So we're looking perhaps a kick-off date around the 31st through to the 17th. Have I got that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. In terms of, in your presentation, you mentioned about there being some checks done, Operation Black Sands, I think it was called. Just some comment about how effective was that in terms of the number of people that got caught or turned around? Do we have any stats on that? Are we talking hundreds, dozens? Do we have a feel for it? Doesn't have to be specific.
I don't have the exact numbers from those checkpoints. What I do know is with social media, the way it works these days, those checkpoints are effective for a very short time. People are very well connected, and all of a sudden the volume of traffic accessing the beach at the points where the checkpoints are placed tends to dry up pretty quickly. Strangely, it comes back to normal once the checkpoints have disbanded. So there were certainly in the tens. It probably wasn't in the hundreds, but there were a number of vehicles turned around and people who weren't permitted not able to access the beach.
Okay, thank you for that. Just in the report itself, there are a few clarification questions. Clause 20, it talks about how it's difficult to enforce vehicles on the beach. So if you could just help me, if there's 3 access points that we just talked about, I've made the presumption that that's where the enforcement efforts might be targeted, and you've just mentioned some of the pitfalls of that. So is that what a difficult enforcer is meaning, or is it meaning once they're on the beach, catching them? I guess I'm saying, if you can catch them before they go on the beach, surely that's better. So could I just get a bit of understanding about what difficulties the staff have been experiencing, or the police, in terms of difficult to enforce?
It's the latter. Once they're on the beach is circa 45 kilometres long. People aren't meant to be in the dunes, but they do go there. People aren't meant to be in the adjacent private land, but they do go there. Some of the vehicles that are accessing those areas are much more capable of doing so than the ranger staff and or police, who are endeavouring to make sure people are following the rules. So certainly trail bikes are a very, very difficult vehicle to stop and speak to the owners of.
Thanks, Stephen. Also, Stephen, clause 21, I haven't gone to all 3 of those, or I went to 2 of those public meetings. Clause 21 talks about there being general support. So how do we get to that conclusion? Is there any, could you just run through the background of how you make that statement that you feel that there's general support in place? Because it's just I didn't quite pick up that vibe.
The meetings had a very unique vibe. The general support that we reference, Councillor, is the anecdotal conversations we have with people through the summer periods while those closures are in play. We've certainly had some support additionally through the submissions on the management plan, which is currently in review. So that's the basis for that comment.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Just if I may, Mr. Chair, just a couple more, probably a bit more specific, trying to understand, like if we put a gate in, we can put the gate in on our Auckland Council land, but there's also that dock access and the Auckland Transport Controlled Paper Road, which they call Wilson Road. And my questions probably go towards that Wilson Road. So the first one, I'd just like to understand, like, what's Auckland Transport saying in terms of their willingness to close that Wilson Road in order for you to be able to effectively implement the seasonal closure? I just didn't pick it in the report, so I thought I'd ask the question.
In relation to the seasonal closure, we've found Auckland Transport tremendously supportive around implementation of that. Particularly, it ties into fire risk quite heavily at that time of year. In relation to a more permanent management point or control point, it's a paper road. They have their own rules to work through. That is a little more difficult.
Okay, thanks, Steve. The final kind of questions still around that Wilson Road. Is that also Fenton Track, or is that the same? I think it's the same idea, but look, I'll keep it. Just with relation to Wilson Road, the clause 72, Justin, what's the trust there that I think they're managing or has a lease over the forest there? What's the relationship of the trust and the paper road? Does the paper road run over their land or beside it? What's the relationship between the two? And I think there might be some other private property owners along that stretch of Wilson Road. So does the Wilson Road run over the forestry land or beside it?
Wilson Road runs through Naumonga Whakihio Kaipara Ngāhere Limited, being a forest. The Ngāhere actually reports to or is under the umbrella of Naumonga Whakihio Kaipara Development Trust. So, but the Wilson Road is effectively an unformed legal road that runs from the metalled section through the forest through to the beach. It does have private properties that boundary it on the lake side and also on the southern side before it enters the forest.
Right. And final question, Scott, is around the trust. I notice haven't chosen, I think, not to make comment to this committee about their position. And I noticed way back in our first reports as well, they never kind of made any comment. So can you just give me a feel for, like, have they been approached? Are they aware of the situation, and are they just choosing not to make a comment, or is there anything you can indicate in terms of their support or non-support, or are they staying neutral?
We have ongoing conversations with Ngā Maunga Whakahi Ōkaipara Development Trust. At this stage, they have chosen not to formally present a position. We will continue to discuss with them the issues on Muriwai.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, Chair, for indulging me for that long on those clarification questions. Thank you.
Kia ora kapai. Matua Glenn, e kauhau taku, ko koe.
Yeah. Are we finished? Are we finished questions?
Aye. There's nothing else I've got in there, na ko koe.
Kapai. Thank you, Chair. And so this is my comment to this. These are my comments to this this item. Since 2004, the Kaipa Marae and through Nārima and then through the Y312, which later became Ngā Maunga Whakahi, have been consistent about always wanting closure of vehicles to this beach. They've accepted that it's very hard to make that happen because, one, it requires only the police can remove people from the beach. The council cannot. However, I will say this. Everything about vehicles on the beach is contrary to our public safety bylaw, to the taruke o tawhiri kaupapa, and to the application by Ngāti Whātua and the Otakanini Tōpū under the MACA proposals, and the application under the Te Rūnanga o Ngāti Whātua significant site regarding Muriwai Beach. As far as fees are concerned, my tupuna already paid fees with blood. So I definitely won't be paying money to go on that beach, whether I walk it or I drive on it. But my issue is actually, this is so dangerous. Nowhere in this country would you allow basically an open road with people driving up and down at 60k plus. Because let's be honest, if you're driving at 30k, you're most probably going to get bogged halfway down the track. Nowhere in this country do we allow that to happen. And so I'm really surprised, and this is an issue that has been faced by most councils and iwi. They're facing the same thing on 90 Mile Beach. And if we go down to Kariatahi, I've seen some real close shaves there as well. And so I won't be supporting this because it goes in the face of what mana whenua have asked. I understand the process, and the process is always that we will seek consultation, and if we don't seek consultation, council can't move, can't scratch its head. But from an iwi point of view, because I spoke to the trustees of Ngā Maunga last night and this morning, they are still sticking to the consistent corridor that we spoke about in 2004 when the ARC first came and talked about the loss of toherua. People have gone on this beach ever since the government allowed them to go and get toherua. And what happened was we lost our kei. So not only is there a cultural diminishment of our tino rangatiratanga, there's a clear breach of our treaty rights to our taonga. And so therefore I cannot support this in order to be consistent with the request of mana whenua, that's Ngāti Whātua, that the closure of the beach occur and then we pull it back from there. It's not that we don't want people going on the beach. People can still hikoi haere. You know, but the mauri of this beach is being destroyed by vehicles going up and down. This is the Ara Wairua. Tell you what, there'll be no Wairua going up that beach. And so so that's where I am. And I'll just thank you, Chair, for allowing me to say this. I appreciate your indulgence on this. But I think I'll have to be very consistent with what I've said previously, and I've continued to say since 2004, and that is I cannot support vehicles on this beach. Thank you, Chair.
Ka pai, ngā mihi ki a koe e te rangatira. Ngā mihi. Look, I've just had two more come in late, but I will allow the late requests for comment. So Councillor Sayers and Councillor Henderson, I'm hoping that you're the last, not unless I get another late request. So Councillor Sayers.
Thanks, Alf. I will also not be supporting the recommendation, but perhaps for slightly different reasons than my colleague from the Independent Marae Statutory Board. And because today we're also approving B, which is actually approving the seasonal closures. And if I just look at Wilson Road, which is a public road, you know, the people from all around New Zealand can use a public road. So it's not just a small section of the community that should be dictating what happens. This has actually nationwide ramifications. And I think there's an unintended consequence that I've become aware of, that that the seasonal closures of that legal public access have had the effect of enabling adjacent landowners the opportunity to negotiate and create alternative access routes to that beach. And that's only exacerbating the potential risks that we're trying to minimise. And it's also is causing division within the South Head community, which I obviously represent and am close to. Also, the council's ability to close a legal road, i.e. a paper road, was challenged in the environmental court. It was a high-end road, and it was a community-led legal challenge that went to the environmental court. And basically, the council lost. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money spent, but it has set a precedence. And if that was to be permanently closed, or even potentially if the seasonal changes become a permanent closure becomes a permanent factors, which would be implemented under B, there's no reason not to expect the community to again seek a legal challenge. Now, that may or may not happen, but it's very possible. With regard to the comment that there's general support for seasonal closures and controlled access, I as a local representative, pick up just the opposite feeling from the community. And finally, the local community has repeatedly raised the issue of enforcement or the lack thereof, because there are rules already in place to control the behaviour on and around Marae Beach, and they believe that the current rules are adequate. But apart from initial policing, when those rules were first introduced, these rules have never really been adequately enforced. And I think we've heard that it's just an annual event when somebody turns up for a little period of time. A periodic checkpoint or appearance by police, or more frequent, or even fisheries officers, I'm sure would net an abundant of infringements, and would easily cover operational costs that we would like to cover, and protect against the fires and reckless driving and illegal fishing that has been indicated in hunting. been indicated in the paper. So for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I just find myself in a position unable to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Look, I just wanted to briefly speak in support of Member Wilcox. I thought that corridor was really beautiful and really well reasoned as well. Last time we discussed this, I remember standing in support of the member, but voting to say, look, we were given assurances by staff that we're going to give it a crack. We're going to see if this works, and if it doesn't work, we're going to look at other options. I've always leaned toward the environmental protection element of this. We do need to protect those dune ecosystems that are of taonga. We owe it to future generations to do that. And so in line with Member Wilcox, I also can't support vehicle access to the beach at this time. I gave it a crack in my last vote to see how it was going to work, and it doesn't look like it's going to work. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to acknowledge the officers just ever so briefly. I think we live in an imperfect world, and where we are with this proposal today probably is not going to suit everyone, but I think that it's a good transitional point. And I really do want to salute the officers because they're looking at it in terms of understanding the desires of councillors and members of the Independent Marae Statutory Board, but looking at the practicality of the situation as we try and progress policies going into the future. So to Scott and the team, I say a big thank you, wearing Parks Portfolio hat, and realise that this is something that will continue to be debated and explored as we move forward, but they've given us a practical place in which to land for today, and thank you for allowing me to make a brief contribution.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Dalton.
I'll just be brief, Chair. Thank you very much. Look, I just too wanted to acknowledge what Member Wilcox said. It was really moving, and it's where we need to get to. But agreeing with Councillor Fletcher that everyone's done a really good job, I'd like to acknowledge Scott and Stephen, and in particular Phelan, the chair of the Rodney Local Board, who's been working long and hard on this and fronting it with community. And so well done on getting this here today, particularly with the new C. And I will be supporting that, but would like to see us land where Member Wilcox would like to see us land as well in the future. Kia ora.
If there's no further, and I haven't got it on the chat bar, I will close the debate. I also will be supporting that. I just want to acknowledge Matua Glenn, because he rang me and explained to me what he was going to say, and I understand. But as Councillor Fletcher and also Councillor Dalton just expressed, we're at a crossroads in regards to looking at where we need to go. And the only way we're going to end up finding out where we're going is to consult with our community. And that is what A is all about. It's going through to consult with our community around this. Councillor Dalton also mentioned the chair of the local board, the Rodney Local Board. I had a discussion with him a couple of days ago, and I know that other people have had a discussion with him. And I know that he is totally supportive of B. He is totally supportive of that because he's seen the issues. And when he came through this committee, as well as workshops that we've had, we've seen how passionate he is with the other hats he wears. You know, around not only the destruction we're seeing at our dunes, but also the fires that have been lit in regards to this. And with him, with the voluntary firemen, and look, for me, this is really saying to the chair and the Rodney Local Board, those members, saying to them, we support you, but we need to get the support of the community. I know what happened to our staff, and you were treated like crap. We all knew that. We were told that you were treated like crap. But as a result, you persevered with the local board, with Phelan. You persevered because the end game is having a look at what we can do at Muriwai, our regional park. What can happen, what we can do to make sure that the destruction that has been outlined ceases, or even at a point that it's something that we can manage. But we need to do something. This is just a small part to say, let's get our community online. One further thing before I end up putting the recommendation is that there was that article that somebody sent me from the editor, I think, of the four-wheel drive, the editor, and I ended up having a look at his piece, and he was saying, hey guys, pull your head in. You know, this is good, because it's about the damage that is being caused by not only the four-wheel drive, but vehicles. And he says, look, we need to look at the big picture. It was around the safety as well. So I too, as Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Dalton has said, and others, I want to acknowledge all the staff there, Phelan, the local board, in regards to where we are. But I totally agree, we need to end up where Matua Glen has said, no vehicles at all. Good luck. But here's a start. Here's a start for us to get the community on our side. So again, to our staff, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, and I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, my humble apologies. Sorry, humble, hold on, humble apologies. I've just seen the chat bar. So Councillor Sayers has asked for division. So there is a division, I'm assuming, on all of them, which is, okay, look, I'm just going to, division's called. So I'll just leave it at that. There was no exceptions to the others, but I'll let Hilda.
Kia ora. You're voting on item 16. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson.
Abstain.
Councillor Hills is not in the room. Councillor Mulholland.
I'm going to have to abstain with the reasons written.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Young. IMSB member Wilcox. He did say in the chat that he was against. IMSB member Kaki, his room, I think that's it. Councillor Newman, are you online? Okay, need to put him as a no.
Did you hear me say no? Sorry.
Thank you, member Wilcox. We've put you as a no.
Kapai.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Look, we're just gonna now. I'm gonna put the recommendation. That's this part of the agenda finished. We're then gonna move into confidential. Our confidential item. So there's no extraordinary business, and there's a motion to exclude the public. I will move that. Councillor Casey, if you could second that to exclude. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Carried. So